So, hello. Hi, hopefully this beginning part doesn't get cut off. Hi everyone, welcome to today's Mac gaming stream. So in front of me, I've just got my M5 MacBook Pro set up right now. I just restored a time machine backup and we're going to restart. So it's taken a bit of time to get this all up and running, but we're excited that we have this MacBook here. So this is the 16 gigabyte version of the M5 MacBook Pro that we're going to be testing out today. And I've read a few reviews of the GPU performance of this new base chip, which is apparently quite a big jump in improvement over the M4. So hopefully today we're going to do some comparisons between the M4 and the M5, and we're going to be testing out the new graphical performance of this base chip. And of course, everything that's good with the M5 is probably going to filter down into the higher-end chips that are going to be released probably earlier next year. So like M5 Pro, M5 Max, and maybe M5 Ultra, we'll see. But hopefully we're going to get some information based on this base model. So there's apparently a very big jump between the base model and of the M4 and the base model of the M5. I'm reading up to 100% more in like GPU performance in games like Cyberpunk 2077, Warhammer 3, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So I'm very excited to try and test this out today because the base M4 is a pretty good chip, but it's not. If you would say, oh, I want a gaming chip, I want to play some games on my Mac, then I wouldn't really recommend the base M4. I would say go for the M4 Pro, but the M5 might be the difference. Okay, so this is going to be the chip that we're going to be using for the future MacBook Air, which is always the most popular Mac for students and low end requirements. And so it's very exciting to see that this might be one of the better Macs. And it's a good sign for the future of Mac gaming. So yeah, people are saying that it's not a big jump though. I beg to differ. If you look at the information that's come out of Macworld and Tom's Guide, they're showing a 193% increase in the benchmark between Warhammer 3, between the M4 and the M5, so the base chips. So it'd be really interesting to see if we can replicate that kind of performance. So I've done a benchmark of Cyberpunk 2077 on my M4 MacBook Air, and I'll be doing a comparison with this M5 once I get this up and running. So I literally just taken this out of the box right now and just restored it from my time machine backup. So we're just going to give this a little bit more time to cook. And of course, today what we're going to be doing is requests. So I have a list of my games my paper list of games which I want to cover today's kind of. So, but this is your opportunity as Mac gaming enthusiasts and supporters of my YouTube channel. If you did want to actually contribute or change the shape of the video that I'm going to be producing from the footage today, you can make requests. So if you want me to deviate from my list, or you have specific settings, then what you can do is super chat. So anything over $5 US dollars or more. And what I'm gonna do is add it to the list and put it into the video. So I see lots of requests already. I'm gonna cover the big ones, Cyberpunk, Assassin's Creed, etc. But if you have a niche game that you want me to test and put it in the video, if you super chat me right now, then I will definitely add it in. So $5 or more, then I'll cover it today. So lots of games to try. Probably, well, I'm definitely going to do Cyberpunk. Definitely going to do Assassin's Creed because there's got good benchmarks in there. Some kind of synthetic benchmarks. Might do some 3D Mark, Geekbench, and then we've got some. We'll cover a bit of emulation as well. So probably do some PlayStation 4, Bloodborne, and we'll probably do a bit of Switch emulation, and we'll do some Windows games on Mac. But I'm a bit unsure about which games to try. So I'll definitely try GTA 5 Legacy and maybe a few more like Uncharted or maybe Last of Us. So, I'm a bit unsure about which ones to go for. I'm happy to take suggestions for any kind of content for me to cover. So I'm just waiting for this Mac to do its thing. It's doing that. I'm not sure what that means. That's the least helpful loading sign that I can find. But once we're in, then we're in. I've got a lot of stuff prepared already, so hopefully it it won't take too long to actually get into a game. But if you want to super chat me, then this is your chance to contribute to the the future of this video. It can change the course of everything. So have any of you guys been playing any good Mac games lately? So I've recently gone and started playing Ball X Pit, which is a really cool recent Mac release, which is like a roguelite with pachinko and kind of Pong elements, which is really cool. I've been enjoying playing that on my Mac. And there's some other interesting titles that have come out recently. I saw Escape from Duckov, which is like this, I don't know what you call it, Escape from Tarkov satire, I don't know, spoof, right? But it's like 3D, it's third person, isometric, and you play as a duck instead of as a first person shooter. So that might be interesting because that's got a Mac release, doesn't have any anti-cheat issues. And basically, yeah, we're going to see how we get along. So let me just change my thing here. Whoop, wrong one. Good, okay. So just going to do my regular login. Escape shooter, yeah, okay, good. So let me just catch up on my comments. So you got the MacBook Pro with M3 Pro 18 core. Is it worth upgrading? Well, we'll see. I mean, it could be that the M5 is better than the M3 Pro. I doubt it, but what I'll do is benchmarks, and you run the same benchmarks yourself. And I suspect it's going to be very close between the M3 and the M3 Pro and the base M5. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I suspect that the M3 Pro is going to be very similar in performance to the M5 base. So probably not worth upgrading, especially because this version's only got 16 gigabytes. 18. There is actually quite a big difference between 18 and 16 gigabytes, especially when it comes to gaming, because on Apple platforms we have unified memory, and lots of games require lots of RAM and lots of video texture and memory. So that 2 gigs actually does make a difference. So I think about it before you ditch your M3 Pro. It's going to be like a side grade more than anything. Okay, just going to continue the setup. We're almost there. And when you actually set up a Mac, the first few minutes, it's going to be doing a lot of stuff involving like indexing and stuff. So we want to do like a full setup first. Even though I've actually restored this from a Time Machine backup, it might be worth waiting a little bit. I'll set it up and I'll do a reboot, and then we'll have good setup from there. Okay, good. Okay, so we're just doing basic setup at the moment, and then yeah, we're on the welcome screen now. Let me just turn this on because none of you guys can see what's happening. It's kind of boring. Okay, good. It's picked up all my settings. Let's turn off Wi-Fi and then go straight into Ethernet. It's got my crossover, but we're going to be testing crossover preview for Windows games today, so it's going to be a bit more interesting. Actually, I'll turn this off because I should be able to mirror this directly without. So I normally set this up to change this to mirror. Okay, and then this will pick up that. Let's just get some stats up. Okay, let's just make sure everything's working as well. So I want to get my Steam account up. Has it mounted my drives? Okay, yeah, I've got my games here. Yeah, okay, good. Let's see. So what kind of game I'm going to try first? Well, partly up to you guys. If you want to super chat me, then I will cover whatever is requested first. But if not, then we will do what's the first on my list, which is going to be the Mac version of Cyberpunk 2077, most likely. Okay, so quit this. Quick crossover. Okay, we've got a Steam account up. Let me just make sure that our Cyberpunk is up to date. Okay, Cyberpunk. Okay, so what's our temperatures like? Let's just move this here. Okay. It's it's quite hot at the moment. Pretty normal for doing quite a lot of intensive work, which is pulling everything in. Oh, thank you very much, Spectra Kid, for joining my memberships. Really appreciate it. If you, as a first-time member perk, please make sure to request. Actually, if you are a member, then I'll take requests from you, multiple, if there aren't many two competing ones. If you want to request, then please do it. Unfortunately, we can't run Doom Eternal or Doom Dark Ages because that's a Vulkan game, same as Detroit Become Human. But there is actually a lot of exciting work going on with the new Vulkan to Metal translation there called Cosmic Crisp. So that's spelled with a K, Cosmic Crisp, Cosmic with a K, Crisp with a K, and that's using some of the GPU driver work that's been done on Asahi Linux, but bringing it over to macOS. And that's probably one of the more exciting things that I haven't really covered lately about this. Have I covered DXMT lately? No, unfortunately not. I will cover it probably when it gets bundled into crossover. Okay. M1 Max can still outperform M5, so it depends on your needs. Yeah. I mean, the thing about the M1 Max is that it's a really good chip, but the problem is that it lacks ray tracing cores. So in a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows with the nanite graphical performance, it's going to be less impressive. And also games like, let me think. Yeah, there's Assassin's Creed. Oh, my thing's like too loud. Wait a sec. And also, it's missing some GPU features like mesh, like a ray tracing cores. Yeah, so you can't run games like Assassin's Creed Shadows that well, and so that might be a reason why you might want to choose. M1 Max is a great chip, but that might be a reason why you want something like an M3 Pro or maybe an M5 Pro when it comes out very, very soon. Okay, let's just see. Can I get this working? Can you guys hear this? No, it's off. Wait a sec. Why is that at 1080p? What I'm going to do is just load it up the game, and then we're going to restart the Mac so that we have some decent sound. Let me see, is this working? Okay, that I can hear the sound there. Let me just change my MIDI settings so that I can hear a bit as well, because I'm going to be able to hear a little bit of this noise. Black hole. Yeah, I will make an aggregate multi-output. Won't include. I want to hear a bit of it, so this is so I can hear it without putting my headphones on. If I put my multi-output device, then you guys should be able to hear a bit of the sound, I hope. What I'll do is I'll just get the graphics settings working correctly. So the test I did on my M4 was, let me think, I'll just get my notes out. It was for 1080p Ultra, VSync off, yeah. So what I'm going to do is put this on Ultra, and we'll put the video settings to VSync off. Okay, and then we'll apply this. I think what I'll do is just restart the Mac. Yeah, there's no sound at the moment. I'll just fix that in a minute. It should have an input used. Yeah, the primary device is the black hole, and then it should output to both when I restart. So I'll just restart. Then we're gonna start testing very soon. Okay, so let's just do this. Well, it hasn't mirrored correctly either. Why is it not mirroring? Could you check gaming on battery and the battery drain too? Maybe later. Yeah. What's happened to my screen? What I might do is just, instead of trying to mirror from my USB-C cable, I'm going to mirror from my HDMI cable. Ooh, what's happened here? I haven't done this for a long time, so I need to rejig my setup a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, I've been used to doing work on my MacBook Air, which doesn't have its own HDMI port. So I'm just going to rejig my capture card. Okay, I think we're kind of almost there. Okay. Yeah, so we're Knit Studios. We are on the M5. We are testing the next generation of Apple gaming chips. You put in an order of 2 days ago for the M4 Pro. They offer a 96 and 70 watt charger, claiming that 96 fast charging. I wouldn't bother with. I mean, I almost always charge my laptops with. It depends how much load you put on your Mac. Okay, why is my screen not coming on? Oh, it is on. I just can't see it. Okay, good. Let's do HDMI mirroring instead of USB-C HDMI. So Ryan says, I've had a MacBook Air for many years. I can understand why it would run hot under certain scenarios, but a full M5 based MacBook Pro with fans. Why not spin up the fans a little bit? Yeah, I will. We'll do a little bit of spinning up. Okay, I'm just going to make sure my HDMI cable's correctly put in. Okay, got to make sure this is all connected up properly. Okay, we're going to mirror now. Okay, just make sure my footage is capturing correctly. Okay, it's good. Okay, so we are restarted, and that means that we are ready to test our first game. So I'm just going to my stats menu up. I don't know why it's not loading up properly. Could you check gaming on battery and battery? Yeah, well, I might do a battery test later, but right now I'm just looking for like raw performance out of this. Do we have any low power mode? Never. Yeah, we only have high power mode on the Pro and Max machines, which I wasn't fully aware of until earlier, after I made a video about it. Let's just make sure this starts up. So this is a really basic stats toolbar at the top. Gives us a tiny bit of information about temperatures here. So we've got average temperatures here. Before we restarted, we were about 90, but now we're a lot lower. Okay, let's just make sure that we don't do any weird iCloud syncing, because I don't want to do any weird iCloud syncing right now. Yeah, okay, off. Photos are off, but everything else is on. Okay, good. So let's just do our, okay, Cyberpunk. So we're going to do a 1080p preset and run the benchmark from there. So the my M4 MacBook Air this morning with the same version of macOS Tahoe and same settings, 1080p Ultra with VSync off. It got 20 frames per second. It got 20 frames per second, 20.61. So it'd be interesting to see what we can achieve with this base M5. I'll just get my MIDI settings working. So this should be, it should be the, no, I think I've set this up wrong. Let me just do this. I want to be able to hear the sound, and I want to be able to output the sound too. So normally you do it by changing the MIDI device output. So just multi-output device. So I want it to be, want it to use this and use this. The primary device is wait, that's not working. You know what? I don't need to hear the sound right now. Let's just go straight into the thing. That's it. Okay, you guys can hear that now, right? So I've got a little bit of sound going on. I'm just gonna, it doesn't need to be on much because it's just a bit of background noise. Okay. Can I buy the C channel spammer? Who's the C channel spammer? Yeah. Don't spam on my channel, please. Okay. Okay, good. So we are ready to go. First game that we're testing. So number to beat is 20.63. So let's do some live testing of this. We are testing out the Ultra preset. So this has Metal Effects turned on. We're going to be using VSync off, and we are setting a resolution of 1080p. So, you know, it's I know for like a $1,600 laptop, you'd expect like higher tier performance, but we shouldn't really be comparing with gaming Macs. We're comparing with the previous generation. So let's run this benchmark and see how this goes. Okay. So this M5 is the 16 gigabyte M5. So you can see that from our metal HUD on the top right, this is the base M5 chip, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I think it's 10 GPU cores. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at it properly. Well, I test some x86 through new parallels. I'm curious if COD games will work. COD games, anything with anti-cheat won't really work unless it uses BattleEye, and only if it uses DirectX 11 or lower. So unfortunately, we're not going to get that far. Okay, looks pretty good. So remember that the base M4 that I tested this morning only got 20.6 frames per second. So if we're getting 35 to 40 frames per second, that's like a huge increase. That's, you know, yeah, it's gigantic. We'll do a bit of gameplay of this as well. I need to pair my controller as well. We're using my DualSense. Yeah, put it in pairing mode. Yeah, this is a gigantic increase. So if what I'll do is I'll just show my footage of what I did this morning. Same settings, same resolution, same everything. And it's just interesting to see what the actual final score is going to be, because 40 plus FPS, that represents like a 100% increase in speed, at least. It's 38 point, oh my God, 38.94. 38.94 average FPS. So let me just show you what I did this morning, like an hour ago. If I get my footage up. Oh, I don't have my footage copied yet, but it's 20.4. Let me just copy my footage so I can actually show you guys what this looks like. Just move over. So what we had earlier today was, I'll just get this up. Okay, you have to take my word for it, I guess. Now I can get OBS up, and then maybe I'll get VLC. VLC? Yeah, let's get VLC. Open up this Matroska MKV file. Why? Yeah. Okay, so let me just look at this. Let's just get this video player up so I can actually show you the video, because I wanna put the performance of this into context, because it's not really that helpful thinking, oh yeah, this is this is a relatively okay performance for, it's not good performance if you compare it to a dedicated game console. It's not good compared to a lot of things, but it is good compared to the previous generation of the Mac. So let's see here. So if we open up, this is my Elgato from earlier. Yeah, so this is what I ran earlier today. Oh, shit. What happened there? Okay, yeah. So this is the benchmark I ran on the M4. So you can see the M4 footage on the top, on the metal HUD. And, oh, it was crashed for some reason. I'll just do this again. Let's try it through my main thing, because that's, what? Okay, maybe VLC is the way to go. I'm just gonna open this up, right, and then show you guys what the maybe it's a network thing. Yeah, could be. It shouldn't be a network thing. I mean, the video players are designed to be run over a network. So we'll be here. We're going to be here a really long time today. So there's going to be lots of game testing. So we're going to cover a lot. Okay, so I'm just going to get my Elgato in here. And then, yeah, so on my M4, yeah, we're getting like 20. So same amount of RAM, same amount of memory, same amount of GPU. So this is my M4 Mac, 20.61, and then this is what we're getting now, 38.97. So that's a big deal. That's big. That's really big. So 20.61 versus 38.97. So I can't believe that Apple didn't really talk about like how much difference the GPU performance would make on this new generation of chip. I mean, it feels like it's only been a year, and we're getting like a gigantic increase in performance, which is really exciting. So just to double check again, I'm just going to run this benchmark one more time, and just see how it looks, and then we'll move it from there. The 92% increase is pretty crazy. It's not as high as what they saw 101% in the Ars Technica test. I'll just run this again just to see if this goes any faster. I heard that macOS 26 forces vsync for OpenGL games. I believe that's true. I'll try out Minecraft today, but I think it's capped to the refresh rate of your screen, like 120 hertz on this MacBook Pro. You could always try running it through the Vulkan mod, which uses multi-VK. Are the fans on full? No, they're not. M5 is a huge improvement of the M4. Okay. I mean, why do you need a game to run over 120 hertz anyway? If you've got, let's say, promotion display, why do you need more than 120 hertz for your game? Okay, 38.53. I'll add that to my data. But it's very similar to the 38.94 that we just tested out. So very exciting. What I'm going to do is record a bit of gameplay footage so that we can include this in my video. Just put my DualSense PlayStation 5 controller into, and connect this guy up, if you will. Just do that again. And then we'll play a bit. Okay, good. So I think we are in controller mode. we'll play a little bit of this at this resolution. Okay, so controller's working. Yeah, I think I can try. I'll try I might try Minecraft with Vulkan mod. I mean, not the most exciting thing to test. It kills me that Apple isn't considering the gaming industry seriously beside apps no one wants. Yeah, it's a real shame. It is easily the biggest missed opportunity in Mac gaming, I think, in the tech industry in general. MX Silicon is so great that I'm still on the M1 Max 24 core. Can you compare M1 Pro Max chips with the current base M5? I think I will. Later, yeah. Maybe next week. What I've done so far is that I have purchased the 16GB, 24GB, and 32GB versions of the Mac. So what I'm going to do first is like a RAM test, but later on I've got my M1 Max behind me. I'll do a little test there. Let's change my controls. Never remembers that I'm an inverted player. Okay, invert. Good. So this is 1080p Ultra. So it does have metal effects turned on. You can see we've got temporal scaling up on the left. I really like the DualSense adaptive trigger support on this game. It's like really good. How much FPS increase will I expect? For most games, it won't make a huge difference. Like here, we're on like 10 gigabytes at the moment, so it's not really capped. Okay, where am I supposed to go? I can't remember. Oh yeah, there's like a ramp here. Okay. So this is a 1080p Ultra preset. So we're getting, what is it? 35 FPS. Okay, so personally, I wouldn't play at a 30 FPS cap on a machine like this. What I would do is tweak the settings to something a bit more substantial. That's so that I can get a bit more performance. So high is what I normally go for. I think high at 50 FPS is actually what I normally get on an M1 Max, if I recall correctly. Is FrameGen not available? Well, this game is due to be updated soon, so it doesn't use Metal FX features. We do have the option to turn frame generation on, so we can turn it on. Yeah, FrameGen on, but FrameGen is not. This is a good use case for FrameGen because if we can get 50 FPS, then it won't look too bad. 60 FPS, good. Okay, let me just check my capture settings as well, because I just want to make sure I'm getting the right footage here. Do I have SwitchOS X installed? Yeah. This is the main tool that I use to like make sure that everything is working, currently working. So what we are on is 1080p high DPI, 60 Hertz. That should be okay. That should be fine. Ray tracing is purely aesthetic. I mean, games are purely aesthetic, aren't they? So can't really say much about that. Okay, let's turn FrameGen off because I don't really like testing with FrameGen because it's such an artificial way of boosting your frame rate. High is a decent kind of benchmark for this. What I'll do is also run the benchmark at 1080p high as well, because that's quite useful. I could try the Windows version of Cyberpunk 2077, but I suspect that most people playing this game won't be that interested. So high 1080p preset, 42 frames per second, running in this part of the map. So guys, I'm taking requests. If you want to request any other specific games, just let me know. Got 37 here. You might want to cap it for MacBook Pro like this, but because we've got active cooling, we're not really under the threat of too much throttling. So I normally just leave it on, because if you go to like an indoor area, it'll probably hit much higher than 30 FPS. You know, it's very impressive to see that this is like working way better than the base M4. Can't try MGS Delta. I suggest GTA or RDR2. Oh yeah, Red Dead Redemption. We should probably test the Windows version of that. But if you want to make sure that your choice is covered today, and if you want to support this channel, then you can throw a super chat in. Otherwise, I'm just going to work through my list of games. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does work on crossover. I saw a video. Someone got it working on crossover preview last month. So I don't really see that as too much of a problem. Let's just make sure. Let's just load up another save so I can get some first person looking in here. This bodes very well for the any kind of this game looks gorgeous. Whoop, was that a crash? No, it just brought me out of focus. No, it was a crash. Ooh, what happened there? Let's reopen that one. I've never actually seen it, the native Mac version crash like that before. You know about the metal renderer? Sorry, I don't know about that. I don't actually record OBS using my Mac. I use a PC with a capture card. Let's go back. I just want to do some first person walking around, having a look. It's crashing due to Tahoe. Quite possibly, yeah.
Where's my car? Thanks for having me.
Personally, I haven't had that too many issues with macOS Tahoe, but I do think it looks a bit ugly. Yeah, I do actually prefer Sequoia, to be honest. Spider-Man 2 runs through DirectX 11? That's interesting. What settings need to be changed to get to a solid 60? To get to a solid 60 on this, I think what you need to do is just change the graphics settings. You want to put it down to like medium. Then we're getting over 60. Percentage of difference between M4 and M5, I put it at about 90% on games so far. So we've only tested out one game really. So this is Cyberpunk 2077. You know, let's do while driving. With my car gone. Of course, this game really depends on where exactly you are driving, but okay, 1080p medium. But I'm not actually sure where Dogtown is. I don't think I've actually got that far in the game where I actually get to Dogtown. Yeah, 1080p medium looking pretty good. Looks very smooth on my Mac screen, 120 Hz. Brian Tong released a video on how M5 compares to M4. I'll have to check that out. How much hit does ray tracing have? Okay, let's have a look. Okay, let's put this back onto settings. Okay, RDR2. Thank you very much, Lucas Fernandez, for super chatting today. I will cover Red Dead Redemption 2 next. So we'll do that next. We're going to get crossover preview up and running and get that up. So thank you very much for that. If anyone else wants to super chat, then they will literally change the course of today's stream, like completely. So what are we on at the moment? We're on medium. Let's pump this back up to high. So the main difference looks like Metal Effects set to quality mode, which just means that we're going from 720p to 1080p. So Lucas Fernandez, once I've done here, we're going to cover Red Dead Redemption 2. That also has a benchmark mode, which is really cool. How much FPS on 1440p? I'm not going to test 1440p out right now, but this is 1080p high. I think it looks pretty good to me. Way better than a base M4 anyway. Well, okay, let's do it. Let's make a Cyberpunk done. So I'm just gonna put it on my list. Cyberpunk 2077, and then we're gonna do Red Dead 2. That's Lucas Fernandez. Thank you very much. So I've got a little list here under the chat box of the stream that I'm going to be covering that now. So thank you very much, Lucas, for contributing. What I'm going to do now is boot up the latest version of Crossover Preview. So this doesn't have the latest port inside of it. Let me just download Crossover again. Something's corrupted with that download. What's happened here? Let me just open this up again. No readable items. That's weird. Okay, let's just... Maybe I can extract it with my PC instead. Okay, just give that a moment. Has Dota been requested too? Dota 2 has not been requested. I'm just going to write in my list here, actually, what things I've done and not done. So if you look, it's in really small writing, but on the left under the chat box of the stream, I've got my list of done games. So the Cyberpunk is one we've done. We're going to cover Red Dead 2 next. Once I get Crossover Preview downloaded, which is very annoying. I don't know why it's not working. Something's gone wrong here. I'm just going to download it again. What's an Xbox? Timberborn is heavily CPU bound. Try and see if you can get a city with 500 beavers running at 60 FPS. I'm not a big fan of Timberborn, so I'm probably not going to test that now. Yeah, M5 base is Thunderbolt 4. So M4 Pro and Max have Thunderbolt 5 port. Why is this being so weird? Why is this being so weird? Come on, dude. Okay, let's just I think I'll download it. What? Give me a second. I'll just. I'm just copying it from my other Mac. I wonder what's happening. What streaming software do you use? I just use OBS. I use a Windows PC with lots of hard drives and solid state drives installed, and then I plug in my Mac here. So it's like my testing bench, and so I just plug in the Mac here, and that doesn't interfere with any of the performance. Okay, I'm just going to airdrop. You know what? I'm going to airdrop this because something's going wrong here with my stuff. Let's forget to. How do you turn on airdrop? Okay, let's airdrop. Airdrop crossover preview from another Mac. Somehow that's going to work. Okay, so that's come over here now. Okay, let's do this. Oh, wrong crossover. Okay, just got to sort this out, and then we'll be ready to go. So, just a second. Okay, good. We think we're good to go. Sorry for the delay, guys. Okay. Yeah, let's just enable this. So Yogo is asking, have you seen any good local Mac game streaming for Mac? You can use the Steam built-in one. You can also use Moonlight, I think. Depends what you're streaming from. You know, what might be good is just to, instead of trying to like get these to work, I think I might just we create these bottles. Might be faster actually. Just to start a new bottle. A bit cleaner to start with new because this is a standard crossover bottle. The crossover preview, which is the latest version of crossover, is kind of like a replace the nightly builds of the past. Has in it changes which can disrupt older bottles. No, I don't care about... I don't like this games app. Go away. Okay, let's quit out of this as well. Okay, we're going to get the Windows version of Steam up, and then we're going to play some Red Dead Redemption 2. Is this game going to take 1 hour to install? No, because I already have it installed. I already have everything on my NAS. I need to turn off my Wi-Fi though, so I can get fast access to my NAS, which should have all my games installed. I reckon we should be up and running in about 5 minutes. Just got to go through all the windows and everything. I'm not going to test out Spider-Man 2 because as far as I'm aware, there's no fixes for the animation issues. How do you do that NAS and how? I've got lots of videos on my second channel about how to set up a NAS. It's just a massive hard drive basically with loads of redundancies. I have about 40 or 50 terabytes of space, so it's quite handy for that. Does anyone remember with Red Dead Redemption 2, do we have to have any specific crossover settings? Because I can't actually remember what you have to do. Do you just use MSync? Do you just use MSync and D3D Metal? Is that right? Can't remember. I remember there was something that you had to do. Can't remember what it was. Okay, thank you. There is no spoon. Great Matrix reference. You've given DKK 20. What is DKK as a currency? Danish krone. It's slightly under $5, but I'll take it. So I'll add it to the list. Next up, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. There is no spoon. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've added it to the list. We'll be doing that one next. Okay. Let me log in. We're going to cover Red Dead Redemption 2 first. So that was the first request. And then we're going to do Baldur's Gate 3. Watch Andrew Ty's video. I often have to watch my own tutorial videos just to check what I need to do. Let me just look it up. How to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on Mac. So today, you should probably... A very unhelpful Boosteroid tutorial from me. But you can run this... I don't have a specific tutorial for this, the crossover version of this game. I think I'm just gonna figure it out as we go. Okay, so I have all my games installed on my NAS. Okay, so let's have a look at my NAS. So I have it mounted in Finder, and then I can put it in to my volumes folder here, my games folder, and then I have my Steam Windows folder. So this is all my games, all on Windows PC as well. So in a moment, that's going to pop up like that. And then we've got Red Dead. I wonder if we need to do an update. No, we don't. So I'm going to open up Red Dead 2. And then it's going to, it should prompt us to install the Rockstar Games Launcher. And there's Ninja Gaiden 4 work. I think I saw some of that it works. Gift Tarlog. Andrew, I've been asking for a long time. Please can you tell me how does the old deprecated macOS version of Rocket League run on latest Macs? Why would you want to run the old version anyway? Because you can't play online with the old version. It's been the old version, the old Mac native port has been working fine ever since the M1 generation, so it's probably fine. But if you want to play properly with the rest of the world, it runs very well through D3D Metal. So even the M1 Mac can run it very, very well, even on 8 GB. So I would definitely go, if you want to play Rocket League properly, you should do that. Thank you very much, Wimpy. What's a $5? Is that Australian? Oh, thank you very much, Wimpy, for the Metal Gear Solid Delta. So let's do that. And Total War Pharaoh Dynasties. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Jacob Majewski. Let's add this to the list. So we're going to cover those today. Metal Gear Solid Delta by Wimpy. And then also Total War Pharaoh Dynasties. That's by Jacob Majewski. Okay, so I've added, if you look on the bottom left, I've added those to the list. We'll cover those afterwards. So thank you very much for those super chats. We'll do that after we do Red Dead Redemption. So let's just check this out. Let me get my Rockstar thing up. Okay. Isn't that? Okay, good. So we're going to get back into Red Dead Redemption. Then we've got Metal Gear Solid Delta. So the advantage of having a Windows library, which is able to on a NAS, right, is that I don't actually own Metal Gear Solid Delta, but I'll buy it now, and then oh, it's on offer. 60. Oh my god, I can't believe how expensive it is. $63.99 for a remake of an old game. Yeah, so I'll test it out and then we'll see how it works. And then it'll probably refund it because I haven't actually tested out this game yet. Let me just check, and then I can download it on my other computer. Downloading Steam games is actually quite intensive for a computer to do because it has to decrypt the files. Just going to start downloading Metal Gear Solid. Wait a sec, I just need to make... Well, I'm gonna buy my Metal Gear Solid first, and then we're gonna continue in a minute. So just gotta get this working. Okay, just buying this first. And then I'm gonna continue with the stream in a moment. Okay, so we're getting our Metal Gear Solid. I'm gonna start downloading that now. Okay, now I'm the proud owner of Metal Gear Solid Delta. Snake Eater. And I'm going to install it to my drive while I'm streaming now. Okay, good. So back into Red Dead Redemption 2. Let's go. Okay, let's have a look at the chat. Okay, so Whiskey was easier, try Crossover too complicated. Crossover is easier than Whiskey Dev Aurora, and also it's more up to date now. Crossover Preview is a lot of fixes that Whiskey will never have, I'm afraid. Yeah, it is too bad that Whiskey died. Luckily, Crossover still exists, so it's a really good alternative way of playing these Windows games. This is the base 16 gigabyte configuration. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't actually use that much RAM, as far as I remember. Yeah, I'll just show you the config that we're using. I forgot to show this at the beginning. So 16 gigabyte M5 MacBook Pro, And we can see the configuration here through the system report. This will tell me the core count. 4 performance cores and 6 efficiency cores. And if we look at the graphics performance, 10 built-in GPU cores. Now, these GPU cores are faster than the old GPU cores of the M4. So if I compare this to the MacBook Air, then it's interesting that this is running substantially better. Okay, graphics. So I can put this onto, let's say balanced, okay? Let's see how this, no, I think I favor performance first. Let's go, can we do that? Apply changes. Why is everything on ultra? Let's restore default. Restore all. Okay, VSync off. What is this? Max settings? Is there a way to change the resolution? 1080p. Okay, what if I put on ultra? What if I do put on ultra? What happens then? It is like an oldish game now in general. It's not the fastest. Oh, James Wallace, thank you very much for joining as a member. Thank you for reminding me. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that too. Thank you very much for joining as a member. So I missed that. James Wallace for Dota 2. Okay, I've added it to the list. I'm sorry if it's might be later than the other ones, but we'll get there. Thank you very much, James Wallace, for becoming a member of my YouTube channel. If you do become a member, then I'll grant you requests. Okay, so let's go story. I think I'll quit first and then reload, because I need to reload this. Will I try Tears of the Kingdom in Ryujinx? Only if someone super chats. I don't intend to do that because I don't normally like streaming Nintendo games, first-party games. I shudder the performance of having Xcode permanently burnt into the screen. Can I have my lunch snack? Let me just get my Xbox controller. I'm just going to try something. Try my Xbox controller, see if we get any better. Check our graphics settings. My controller's not working for some reason. Okay, so this is an Ultra. I'm not sure how this is going to run on this like tiny MacBook Air, with MacBook Pro with the base M chip. Let's just try running an Ultra. So Petal says, I prefer lower temps as much as anyone, but it's confusing why people assume a chip reaching that temp is a disaster. There's so many threads on the Mac Gaming subreddit about temperatures and whether it's going to harm your Mac and whether gaming will damage your Mac. I actually have a script planned for making a video about this very topic. Bottom line is that, yeah, running a computer hot is not like the old days. The old days where we had third-party graphics chips like the NVIDIA ATI chips, those were kind of a disaster because if you did use them too much, the thermal paste in them wouldn't perform very well. They would like crack, and there was a whole. If you remember back in the old days, the iMacs, you could take the logic board out, and then if you had a problem with the graphics, and then you could put it in the oven to like reball the solder, and that was a well-known fix at the time. But because we have these new Apple silicon chips, there's like no danger of it throttles, it reduces in temperature to protect the internal components, so your game will get slower, but the actual performance long term of running games is probably fine. Your battery will probably die way before anything else. I mean, it has like a marginal tiny difference. I think running a battery hot for a really long time might be a problem, but you'll have upgraded to a new Mac by the time that it actually makes a performance difference. I've planned a separate video of GPTK Beta 5 since it added stuff like HDR2. Baked it so many times it finally died. You know, maybe I will upgrade to the Game Porting Toolkit 5. Let me just download it first. Can't remember how to do this. So today I'm very excited to show you all of the Windows games testing that I've been doing on my Mac. Thanks to the... Whoops. I just started playing one of my old videos in the background. Sorry for the confusion. I need to download Game Porting Toolkit again. If I do this, then I have to modify crossover preview, I think. And I made a tutorial video about doing it, and I kind of forgot how to do it. Beta 5. So the Beta 5 came out earlier in October. I haven't tested it at all, to be honest. But let's download it now. And then I can have a tinker with it. To be honest, this is actually running from a hard drive. It's technically a NAS in RAID 5, but it is actually running from that. So that's why can be a bit slow. How do you do this again? So we've got Game Porting Toolkit Beta 5, and you can see for the Metal HUD, we're actually running Beta 3 through this latest version of Crossover Preview. So in order to change this, we have to modify the Crossover Preview application. We have to replace certain folders within the Crossover app, and then that should just work. So what I'll do is I'll get a baseline read of what the Ultra settings. This is not typical because I don't have the game installed locally. Well, it's running damn well for Ultra settings at 1080p. This is impressive. What I'll do is I'll just do a tiny bit of gameplay, and then I'll modify Crossover Preview to beta 5, and then I'll do another test. I'll run the benchmark as well. Let's get out of this. So this is like ultra mode. Okay. Yeah, 30 FPS is console tier. I like how they fixed the shadow issue that we had on the original game porting toolkit. So yeah, it had like really bad shadow artifacts on the game running on previous versions. We're running on beta 3, so what I'm going to do is modify this to run beta 5. So Jackman Singh, I'd rather buy a PS5 and an M2 MacBook Air. I think that, to be honest, right, most people would be fine just buying 2 separate devices, one for work, one for games. Most people have a better time. But if you combine that money together and you bought Crossover, which is it's going to come on sale in the next month on Cyber Monday, and it's going to for like $20, $25, you can often buy Red Dead Redemption 2 games like this way cheaper on Steam than you can on a PlayStation. You can even avail yourself to Steam keys, Steam key sites, which are even cheaper. And if you bought like an M5 base or an M5 Pro, and you needed that and you benefited from that for work or something, and then just adding on Crossover could make more sense than buying a full-fledged PS5. You do have to deal with this BS of like having to mess around with translation layers and the various bugs that come with it. But if you're looking to play like 1 or 2 big games, like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is a game which has a huge replay open world value, then that might be better. And with a Mac, you can take it on the go as well. PS5's stuck to your TV. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Lucas. Having 2 machines for each thing is nice, but having a work machine that can casually run games when you're traveling is a great thing. And I take my MacBook with me everywhere. As a content creator, I'm always recording footage and making stuff. And so I always have my MacBook with me. And so I like being able to casually game. I don't really play that many games on a personal level. I just don't have the time as a parent. Someone dealing with this house. God, the maintenance on a house is such a nightmare. And constantly having all these responsibilities. I don't really have time to game that much, so I just want to play 1 or 2 games. The last really big game that I played on the Mac was Clair Obscur, and runs way better than on a Steam Deck, or on my M3 Max machine. So I'd rather have my M3 Max with me and play Clair Obscur, which is a Windows-only game, and it runs beautifully. You don't need a separate device necessarily. So there's that use case which you have your powerful Mac in order to do work, in order to render graphics, in order to do AI stuff. Virtual machines, a lot of development work is great on a Mac. But having a separate device, there's pros and cons. I would say like 80% of people would be better off with a separate device, right? Having a dedicated console with no BS, no need to tinker, no need to mess with new versions of Crossover, etc. That's good. Okay, good. So we're testing that out. What I'm going to do is do this again. I'm running the benchmark first at the highest ultra settings. Yeah, so that's the highest preset, I think. We'll run the benchmark, and then I'll do it again on Crossover Beta 5 instead of Beta 3. How are you playing Red Dead Redemption 2? It doesn't even have a native port. So make sure to click on the Crossover tutorials on my YouTube channel, and you'll see that Red Dead Redemption 2 actually runs really well. So I can't believe that we can actually get ultra settings Red Dead Redemption 2 working on the base M5 at 1080p. That's pretty good, compared to the situation from a year ago, which you couldn't run it at all, and now we are running it. So that's very nice. Gaming laptops are a scam, right? They're heavy, they're hot, and I've never seen anyone run a gaming laptop long term. Like the idea of a 3-year-old gaming laptop versus having a 3-year-old Mac. You know, the 3-year-old gaming laptops. Have you ever seen the that guy? I watch him about the functionable laptop. You know, the functionable laptop which keeps deteriorating. The screen breaks, so you install an external monitor. The battery dies, so you have to have it plugged in all the time. The keyboard's broken, so you plug in an external keyboard. The trackpad's broken, so you have to plug in an external mouse. And you've basically made yourself a brick desktop, right? With all of the disadvantages of having like the massive power brick, the really thick chassis with all the fans and stuff. You compare that to a lovely like machine like this, which is far more sleek, far more battery efficient, right? And I just don't see the use case. I don't see a good case for gaming laptops. You should just buy a Mac, a nice MacBook Air or MacBook Pro, and then get a nice desktop PC at home. That's my setup right now. I'm streaming from a desktop PC, and when I travel, I want the reliability, the portability, the professionalism, and the sleekness of a Mac to take with me, right? I don't want to be lugging a giant gaming computer with me that can't really play games unless it's plugged in. I mean, 150 watts is hot, right? 200-watt charger is like this big. And some of those really high-end gaming laptops, they have two power bricks they have to plug in to maximize performance. What's beautiful about the Apple Silicon Mac is that you unplug or you plug in, it has the same level of performance. It's beautiful. So your Petal, he has a Razer Blade 18 because you work in Ireland and Denmark and hop between. It's a disaster. Yeah, the M1 Max is I find a much more reliable device than I've only ever heard bad things about Razers, the Razer Blade, and also the Alienware. After post acquisition, I heard they're bad. Yeah, then the new AMD AI integrated chips do look very interesting, though. I'd be very interested to see what a Steam Deck-like machine, like the new ROG Ally, is meant to be better, but a lot of it's about the operating system too, you know. I don't like the idea of having Windows on a tiny screen. I've played around with that before with the early GPD devices, and they were just bad. My university made me do a whole presentation on why I think my MacBook is better than a normal Windows PC. Aaron Tenan. Why do they make you do that? They probably just don't want to pay for you to have an Apple device. Ryoku just joined. How is this performing compared to the M4? I'd say it's roughly 90% faster than the M4. The base M5 is roughly 90% faster than the base M4. Yeah, you're still able to do awesome stuff with the M1 Max. The M1 Max is a fantastic machine. Ooh, what's going on here? Okay, I think a proper test, right, would be to invoke. Let's do beta 5. Okay, so I don't want to waste too much time here. Let's modify. We're going to modify our crossover preview using the new game porting toolkit, beta 5. So we're running beta 3. Let's run beta 5. Okay, so to do this, if I remember correctly, what you have to do is we're going to get our two windows open, snap, and then I need to go to applications. Let's quit out of this. Oh, no, I need to quit out of that because then I've just made a mistake. Whoops. I need that open. It was just making my sidebar look wrong. Okay, good. So I've got my redistribution files here. And then I need to go to applications and I'm going to modify crossover preview. So you do that by control clicking on here, show package contents. And then we're basically going to replace certain files in here. Under shared support, crossover, then lib. And then we need to overwrite the lib files here. So the external What do I do? I can't remember what to do here. What is it? I have to do this libd3d one lib. Which folder is it? You know, you make all of these tutorials, and I just can't remember what I'm supposed to do. So I think I have to replace these folders into the wine folder of the lib here. I think that goes here, right? And I'll replace those. Merge? Merge or replace? Let's merge. Replace. No. Merge. Okay. Merge. And then I put the D3D metal framework. Where does that go? Is it going to lib or lib64? I can't remember now. Replace. Okay, I should have replaced it. Shared support lib, wine. Okay, I'll replace. I'll just do that and replace. Because replace basically means that if you have files in there, it will just replace them. Unlike the Windows default. Replace. Okay, good. And where do these go? Where does external go again? I want to do this without referring to my... lib d3d is shared. Where does this go? Am I going to have to look at my old tutorial on this because I completely forgot how to do this. Oh. Oh, okay. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have changed this wine folder then. Let me just undo those things. Can I undo? Okay, yeah, I've got this now. Thank you very much for the help there. So Apple GPTK, and then these two folders here should just be straight up replace. And let's just see. So I did replace this wine folder by accident. Do I have another one that I can use to do this? Let me just do this again, because I don't want to change my wine folder if I don't need to. Let's make another copy of this. What a network name, yeah. We have a lot of pom-pom purines in this house, so we're a pom-pom purine household. I always forget how to do this. It's really bad. The number of times I've watched my own tutorials is high. I'm just going to replace my folder which I accidentally copied. Blah blah blah. No. Okay. So that should be it. I think that's correct. And then I'll just make sure to open this correct version of Crossover Preview. And then we'll... Okay, this never quit out fully, so I need to make sure this fully quits before we do anything else. Yeah, I already did Cyberpunk. So if you scroll back, Gyu, I did Cyberpunk already. Okay, so graphics. Well, let's just force it to do D3D metal just in case. And then we're going to do Steam. Oh, have I forgotten to rename the files in order to do that? Oh yeah, forgot to do that too, in order to enable DLSS. Yeah, I need to do that. People forget, it's been literally months since I did it last, and I only really do it once. I make so many tutorial videos that it's kind of nuts how many I do. And you know, this process should be simpler. Okay, so thank you very much, Aaron Tihan. After copying files, rename, and yeah, I need to rename. I need to rename NVGX. Okay, what do I rename it to again? I'm actually literally looking at one of my old tutorial videos. I was trying to avoid it as much as possible, but I'm going to do it. Let me just check. What am I doing? I think I have to rename this nvgx.dll. Okay, I think that's done now. Okay, so I'll reload crossover preview. Let's get back to Red Dead Redemption 2. We'll just do another test, and then we're going to move on to the next game, which is going to be Metal Gear Solid Delta. And then after that, we're doing Pharaoh Dynasties plus Dota 2. Okay, we're going to do all of those today. Do both for the Unix and the Windows folders. Okay, let's load this up again. Thank you. Okay, let's just quit this out completely again, and then we'll just do it again. You're right that I should update my website, which is Apple Gaming Wiki, and I hope that somebody will actually just do it for me instead, because I'd rather make videos than boring tutorials. The fact is that it's just easier to make videos for me than write out full tutorials on everything. Okay, so thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you. I have to copy the DLL files into System32. Are you serious? That's just to enable DLSS, isn't it? Oh God, I can't believe I'm being schooled by my viewers on what I'm supposed to do on this. Because yeah, there's a System32 folder that needs doing too. Okay. System32 of the bottle. So which one do I copy? This one, the DLL files. I need to put this into System32 of the bottle. So the bottle is, and then I go to my bottle folder. Windows System32, and then overwrite. Yeah, replace. Okay, good. I think that's it. Sorry. Thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah, because I tend to just do it once, then it's kind of done. Should have done this earlier, to be honest. Okay, good. Okay, Red Dead Redemption 2 coming. Just gonna have a bite. Yeah, M5 base is comparable to the M4 Pro. And I travel with a 16-inch M3 Max. I did think about doing a 14-inch M3 Max. Oh yeah, add the metal effects command into the conf in the bottles. I'll do that once if I end up testing out metal effects, because I'm probably not going to. The DLSS hook. Yeah, I've got to add that stupid configuration file. Hi, Netvo TV. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, it's possible to play Counter-Strike 2 on the Mac using crossover. But I'm not gonna lie, it's not perfect. It's certainly not competitive, but you can play. It does work, but it is stuttery, at least for the first few rounds. So beta 5, you can see the metal HUD on the right. Let's run the benchmark. Yeah, it's still compiling shaders, but you'll find that it stutters anyway. You'll find that a very basic PC will be able to run Counter-Strike 2 very well. Just having some lunch right now. My wife made me some prosciutto, avocado, and sourdough. Nice. You know, Vulkan mod does not work with HDR. Does Minecraft have HDR? There is an overlay on the metal HUD, which does show this, so let me just see. How do I get the metal HUD to come up again? I forgot how to do this. I always forget this. There's a keyboard command to get the metal HUD options up. Function shift F10. That gives us more detailed information about the shader compilation process. So it's compiled 2,400 shaders in this instance. I guess if I ran this with Counter-Strike 2, then it will tell me if the shaders are still going. Can I release a video guide on how to play all the GTA games? I'm not going to do that, but basically, GTA 5, you can run Legacy, can run with crossover the best. GTA 4 runs best on parallels. GTA 3 Definitive Editions, you can run through crossover and through parallels. And the GTA 1 and 2, I think those will run through parallels. Yeah, all the GTA 3 games, I think, work through... the original GTA 3 games, you can use a source port called RE3 to run GTA 3, which has a Mac port, but it's kind of hard to find these days. And you can also emulate the GTA 3 series of games through PlayStation 2 emulator, which is a good way to play them, I think. So lots of ways to play GTA. But right now, if you want to play GTA Online, you need a really powerful Mac, and then you can play using Canary version of Windows 11 to enable Battle Eye anti-cheats. So you can kind of play online, not very well, but it's getting there. It's a long load time because I'm running this off a mechanical hard drive. So that's why it's a bit slow. It's nothing to do with performance though. Okay, so we're back into this area. Let's just go back. I'm just going to do the standard HUD. Yeah, that's it. So we're back onto here. So we're still running this at ultra settings at 60 FPS. The shadow issue's been fixed, which is really cool. Yeah, it'd be nice if Overwatch worked. Unfortunately, there's a Rosetta bug which prevents Overwatch 2 from working. It used to work pretty well through crossover. Also, we used to work through Parallels. And apparently someone's got it working through Parallels again recently, but haven't tested it out myself. I think Overwatch 2 has also dropped off a lot in popularity as well compared to something like Marvel Rivals, which does work through crossover. So I could test that if someone super chatted that to me today. I'm just going to run through this kind of this level until we get to the train line, I think. There's some nice scenery there I want to show off. Will Red Dead Redemption 2 work on the M4 MacBook Air? It works, but not nearly as well as this. We're going to get about half the frame rate. It's really impressive how this the base M5 is actually working so well compared to the base M4. I did not expect this level of improvement because normally the base chips improve in gaming performance like 30% or something like that. It's like not that big a deal. But here we're looking at like a kind of generational update, which is really cool. Are there good FPS games that work on macOS? A lot fewer, because there are not that many competitive games that work through the translation layers, and hardly any come out natively for Mac. So Vinayak Gupta, I kind of regret buying the M4 MacBook Air a few weeks ago. The thing is that I don't think it's that bad having an M4 MacBook Air because the M5 MacBook Air is not going to come out for another 6 months. It normally comes out in April, right? And there's a very big price difference between the Air and the M4 Air and this MacBook Pro with the M5 chip. There's a huge difference. So if you need that Mac right now, then I wouldn't even think about it because to get this generation of chip in this current form factor with the MacBook Pro with the M5 base chip inside it, you're going to be paying about 60% more, right? And is it really worth it to you to pay 60% more for, you do get active cooling, you get 120 hertz ProMotion screen, so roughly the same footprint. I mean, the Air is a lot smaller actually and lighter. So I don't think it's a mistake to buy an M4 MacBook Air. They're still great machines. I actually bought one this summer. You can get a pretty good discount. So I don't think it's bad. Yeah, it is odd that the Pro and Max versions haven't been released yet. I would have been really excited to try those because those are very cool machines, of course. Okay, so let's get to the train line. You hate the MacBook Air trackpad. Well, the MacBook Pro trackpad is the same as the MacBook Air trackpad, isn't it? You got yours for $800. That's pretty good. I think $800 is a good price because I got mine for similar price. Well, I bought mine in Taiwan, and that's a good price for that too. I need to check on bill. Can I try the new Age of Mythology or Age of Empires? If you super chat me, then I will do it. But I've got a long list of things. There's a queue right now, so I'm doing Red Dead Redemption 2. Redemption 2. We're going to do Baldur's Gate 3, Metal Gear Solid Delta, and Total War Pharaoh. So a lot of these games are going to be covered before we do that. Okay, let's do. Can I change graphic settings from in game, or do I have to restart? Did they actually change the quality settings? Because if nothing has changed, wait a sec. Why is Minecraft not on the list? I was going to test it earlier. I will test it if somebody super chats it. Otherwise, I might not. What's this like on the lowest settings? I don't like how this game doesn't really let you have this proper benchmarking. What's the max frame rate we can get from this? Do I have to restart the game in order to get this? Some modify some settings. Okay. Let's just see how this runs now. Because we were getting slightly sub 30 earlier.
Okay, sure. Now just unspool the wire and then attach
56. I think in my mind it actually looks slightly sharper. Okay, let's restart Red Dead Redemption 2 and let's try it on the lowest settings. So what I'm going to do is batch the Windows games together. So we'll try Metal Gear Solid Delta next, and then we'll go to the Mac games, Baldur's Gate 3, Total War Pharaoh Dynasties, and Dota 2. So we'll try those. I'll just run this again. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is pretty good benchmark because a lot of people want to see how this runs. And this runs so much better than the base M4. I'm try HDR. I'm not going to test HDR because I don't really understand how HDR recording encoding works. Do you think it's worth upgrading to a MacBook Pro M1 or the new M4 Air? Windows virtualization runs very laggy on my current machine. I'm not sure you want to buy a Mac in order to do Windows virtualization. You want to do it through Parallels? Current temperature, about 60. Some lower settings. Yeah, let's see. Let's just check if okay, yeah, I can check if the display settings show HDR support. This ain't it. This should be in graphics. Where does the HDR setting normally come up? Should be in full screen. I don't see it here, but I also didn't add that DLSS setting in the crossover bottle. But I'm not actually aiming to test that today anyway. So let's run the gameplay first, and then run the benchmark after. I'm just gonna munch on something first. Oh, thank you, Muddy, for coming to the channel. Glad you like the videos. It's a long process to get these done, and it doesn't help that I'm running this off a NAS. It's a big game. Okay, I'm just gonna eat some more. Prosciutto avocado toast, very millennial food. This Mac is the M5 MacBook Pro, the base chip with 10 GPU cores, and it also has 16 gigabytes of RAM only. So it's the base model, the lowest end M5 you can buy. I've also bought the 24 and 32 gigabyte versions, which I'll be doing a comparison video a bit later. Noise level's really good. Can't hear anything right now. Well, obviously not in game yet. It's only 52 degrees Celsius. Now, Overwatch isn't working due to a Rosetta bug that Apple are aware of and still need to fix. So you bought the M5 16 gigabyte. So have you got it yet? Because it came out today. $16 gigabytes is plenty for games like Cyberpunk and Red Dead Redemption 2, but you will be struggling if you're trying to run games like Last of Us, the later Star Wars games. A lot of the more recent PC ports are going to struggle a bit with 16 gigabytes because we have unified memory. So it means we have to have system memory and graphics texture memory sharing one pool. So you might be better off with 24, but it really depends if you want to play those games on the Mac. For me personally, I'm more of a patient gamer, so I'm happy playing older titles. I'm happy turning down the settings and stuff like that, so I don't really care that much.
Well, I thought you was reading him his last rites. Now I see you're introducing him to your other passion.
I'll mind you to show me some respect, Mr. Morgan.
Mind away, Reverend.
Okay, so this is like the lowest graphics settings. You can kind of tell it's the lowest graphics settings because it's the actual characters look a bit plasticky. But the open world side of it, I mean, what's wrong with this? Red Dead Redemption 2 is taking a long time to load because I have it loaded up on a mechanical hard drive in a NAS in RAID 5, running on a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet connection, so it's not that fast. Thank you, There Is No Spoon. Thank you very much for super chatting again. I will test out Resident Evil 4. Do you want me to do the remake? So that's the Mac port of Resident Evil 4. Let's do that. I'll add it to the list once I get a free hand. So there's another native Mac port. Can I do it? Can I do two things at once? Can I not fail the mission and type? RE4 remake. Okay, I've added it to the list. Thank you very much for the super chat. So we'll cover that a bit later. So it's another native Mac game, if you mean the remake. Oh, HDR is inside brightness settings. Does your monitors use support HDR? I'll have a check in a minute because the way I'm benchmarking these games so I can stream them is that I am mirroring the screen into the capture card. The capture card should be able to capture HDR. I might have to change some settings in that. It's in display settings, not graphics. Okay, I'll have a look at that. For future tests, I suggest having all your games on an SSD so you can just plug in and use it after. Yeah, I mean, I have all of the games that I plan to test today on my solid state drive. But these games are came as super chat requests, which is why it's taking longer. But you're right, I should do a bit more. I try to do as much prep as possible, but basically on my NAS, I've got about 20 terabytes of Steam games installed. So I think it's, and most of the time it doesn't make a difference, apart from in these large open world games. Okay, when I come out of this single player level, I'll have a look at the brightness tab for you, Aaron.
Feels good, doesn't it? But we need to get this done fast. Now it's thawing before anyone gets up here after us.
It's looking not bad. I mean, this is on the lowest settings at 1080p. There's no scaling involved in this.
Charles Smith, Arthur Morgan, Javier Escuela, and what about you?
Been doing Red Dead 2 for a long time now. It's been probably an hour covering this game.
Just happy we're back at 'em, Dutch. You sure you're ready for this, kid? Of course I'm ready.
Just stay calm. Keep your eyes short. That goes for all of you. Look out! No mistake.
Okay.
No mistake. Not again.
So we do this, then we go back to Blackwater to collect.
How many times you gonna ask the same question, Lackett?
I'm going to test out DLSS. Yeah, I just have to change a config setting in the bottle. I'll do it a bit later. I'll do it after I do.
We go back when I said
Do I still have to change the config setting if the crossover preview has a DLSS button? Because doesn't that do the config for me? Do I have to change the docs conf file?
hold up here on the ridge. Still there?
Bro, make sure to try Elden Ring. I mean, if someone super chats me and I'll do it. But I've got a long list of games to try. And I've been testing this one for like an hour now. It's 56 frames per second on lower settings. It's still a beautiful game at lower settings. It's beautiful. Still need to change the config file because sometimes it disappears. Okay, let's go into display settings. Just have a quick look. Sorry, let me just check the, what do people say? Brightness settings tab. Where's the brightness setting? Thank you for joining me today, Edouard. Okay, thank you for being on the stream. Where's this brightness setting? Where is brightness? Brightness calibration. There should be something at the top of display settings, but if it's not, then maybe my thing's not set up as a thing. Okay, we'll test this out a bit later, and then I'm just going to run the benchmark at this low graphics setting. Okay, good. So thank you very much, Auto64. What is an MX50? What currency is that? MX50. Okay, thank you very much. It's about £2. I'll take it. Okay. So Lies of P just ordered the M4 Max Studio base. Do you think it will run stable streaming in 4K and vertical Full HD with OPS at the same time? I think your M4 Max will easily run Lies of P 4K at max settings. What's vertical Full HD? Yes, it should run with OBS as well. Apparently there's a new metal renderer. I think it might work. Okay, Lies of P. I'll add it to the list while I'm just doing this. So another Mac game from Orta64. So your name is on the list. You'll see that under the chat bar. Mexican peso. Okay. Hope the temperature doesn't damage my MacBook M4 Pro. I only play for 2 hours. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. It's added to the list. Lies of P. We're covering that today. Next up, I'm going to do another Windows game. Does Metal Gear Solid Delta have a DLSS? Does it have native DLSS? Do I have to do anything special to enable DLSS or is it just part of the settings? In which case I will... In which case I'm going to do some testing. I need to change that configuration file then. So cross... Okay, so I need to change the bottle configuration file. So I'll do that before I load up Metal Gear Solid Delta. No, I mean, within each wine environment in Crossover, there's a bottle, and apparently the .conf files need changing. So just referring to my tutorial. Yeah, I've got to add a line onto the environmental variables. D3DM enable metal effects equals 1. So I'll do that. I'll do that after I do this. Yeah. Okay, looking pretty good. So I plan to use the Mac Studio as a stream PC because of the 4K settings. My M2 Pro can handle it. Personally, I wouldn't bother streaming because if I have an M2 Pro, I'm just going to play Lies of P at slightly lower settings because I couldn't be bothered to deal with the additional latency. In a timing-based game like Lies of P, which is a Souls-like game, you don't really want to mess with you don't add latency. And it's the kind of game that I like to play offline, not have to rely on Wi-Fi. And if you're going to go through the effort of Stream PC, then a PC itself is a good shout out for like a hub to stream games from, so you don't have to rely on translation layers because you don't want to. I mean, Lies of P is a native Mac port, so it'd be fine for your use case. But okay, you have a PC with a 4090 and use an Elgato 4KX. Okay, so you know what you're talking about. You know what to do. That's similar to my setup. I've got in my gaming PC, I've got a 4080 Super, which is what I'm streaming from, but I hardly ever use it. But recently, in my spare time, I built an entire Bazzite TV PC, which is going to go in my new TV room. It's like Steam OS. It's like a Steam Deck, but I put a 9070 AMD graphics card in it, and it runs games beautifully. On my TV, it can be controlled with a controller. It's fantastic. I tried yesterday while playing Wukong and killed my stream from the same PC. Interesting. Yeah, the M5 released today. So in a lot of Apple stores around the world, you can go and buy an M5 right now. Okay, in this area, lowest graphic settings start looking pretty bad, but I would still choose like performance over graphical fidelity in a game like this. Okay, so let's quit out this and then change our bottle config. Temperature, it's like 60. Percentage increase, we're talking about 90% at the moment over the base M4. Okay, let's add what I'm supposed to add here. Just getting my tutorial up. Let's oh, I've done that one wrong. I think that's right. Okay, that's what we need to do. So let's just restart crossover just to be safe, and then we'll load up Metal Gear Solid Delta. So I've not heard much positive performance reviews of this M2 Mac. Sorry, of the of this game in terms of crossover translation layers. So I'm not expecting a huge amount from this because this is the lower end model of CPU and GPU. So I'm not expecting wonders or miracles based on this. Okay, let's see how this goes. How's fan noise? Pretty good. I'm impressed with it so far. Hardly anything, basically. Of course, with Metal Gear Solid, you should be playing with a controller, right? PlayStation DualSense controller. Did I set it to D3D Metal? Pretty sure I did. Yeah. I think it's on NVIDIA card rather than the AMD card. What engine is this game used? Is it Unreal? Because that looks like the Unreal engine error message. Unreal Engine 5. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to type in a bit of walking. I don't have my anti-static shock bracelet. Because I have haptic trigger effects over Bluetooth. On PC, I have to use it with USB. I'll test it with haptic triggers. They do work with Cyberpunk. Select games use the haptic trigger. So a lot of these Sony ports, like Ghost of Tsushima, I think, and Ratchet and Clank, have good haptic trigger support. And then we have some native games like Cyberpunk, Death Stranding, games like that. How loud is it? Right now, it's not that loud. What is the setup process? What is it doing? I think it's you can see it's compiling shaders. See that number's going up. Oh, that's my treadmill. I'm gonna turn my voice, the AI voice filter thing out so that you don't hear my treadmill. Yeah, so my microphone software's got a pretty decent AI filtering background noise, so it should filter out my treadmill. Yes, I'm aware. It's weird that on USB cable is mandatory. I play Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy 16, and Wukong for now. Okay. Wow, so you're like a Auto 64. You're like a real multi-platform gamer. Most people are quite satisfied with gaming PCs in general. I basically have two full gaming PCs now. One with the 4080 Super, and then one with a 9070. One for the living room. Also have a Switch 2, Switch Lite, Switch 1, Xbox Series X, blah, blah, blah. All of them in my PC, yeah. Sometimes you just want to play on your Mac, right? It's good performance. HDR is can't be enabled for some reason. It could be because my settings don't have HDR enabled. If I look at my display settings, I have the option to turn on high. Whoop, what happened? I shouldn't be messing with the display settings when I'm trying to run an intensive game. Nice. Let me just see if the HDR settings turned on now. See if we've got DLSS available. It's going to turn off HDR. Wait, I'm just going to check if HDR is an option now that I've enabled it in the display settings. Because might have to restart in order to see that. Okay, I'm not really that interested in HDR. I'm more interested in graphics performance. We'll just turn this off for now, and if I've got time later, I'll experiment with this. Okay. Okay, I used to work as a PC editor in a Maximum magazine back in 2009, but now I work on my own channel, very small as a hobby. Okay, yeah, it's cool. I used to do writing for PC magazines too. Did a bit for PC Gamer,
East and west.
the British version.
Of the era called the Cold War.
It sounds very informative. Appreciate your content. Thank you very much. I'll check out your channel later once I've got time. So here the Metal HUD's telling us that we are making use of Metal FX scaling. So 720p, is that quality setting? Or is it performance mode? So it's rendering natively at 720p, upscaling it to 1080p. It actually worked pretty good. I mean, 40 FPS in this cutscene. I mean, it is a cutscene, but it's quite an intensive cutscene. I never really got into Metal Gear Solid 3. I really liked Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, but I found Snake Eater too difficult from a UI perspective. And I was playing other games at the time when it came out. I remember buying Metal Gear Solid 3 and getting really excited about it, but then it just looked so crap on my TV, my PlayStation 2, on my 4080. It's like worse than 4080p. But I'm glad that they decided to remake it, and then they brought in David Hayter back as Snake. This is what Crysis Remastered should have looked like. Crysis Remastered looks pretty good. Okay, let's get into some gameplay. Okay, let's skip this. Did Crysis Remastered come out? Did Crysis 1 come out roughly the same time as this game? So here I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM on this machine, and we are succumbing to memory pressure here. So if I look at the activity monitor, we're going to see that we're going to, it might have started activating swap space because we've gone over 16 gigabytes. Look at the memory pressure here. 16 gigabytes, that's the amount of, so it's started caching already. So that's going to affect performance quite a lot. So it's not really indicative of the GPU performance of this Mac. I will be testing out the higher end RAM versions of these games. So of these Macs, I've got a 24 and a 32 gig on the way, and so we'll be testing those out and seeing what the difference is. And you know, this is one of those games which will run faster, substantially faster, if you had more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. Temperature is high. Let's see. Yeah, thermal throttling as well. See, although the Metal HUD is saying that the thermal rate is nominal, so you see that green thing on the top right says that it's fine. Okay, this is running surprisingly good. It's normal for my Mac to encounter kernel panic after playing Hitman longer than 8 hours. It shouldn't be. Kernel panic is unusual. Are you playing Hitman World of Absolution through crossover? This is actually surprisingly playable, considering the fact that we are heavily into memory pressure. And can we get higher than this? It is running DLSS. Let's put it in low, see what happens. Is it throttling? It probably is throttling. Because the GPU is hitting 95, 96, so it's probably throttling. But the thermal, but it doesn't, on the Metal HUD, it's saying that thermal is nominal. If it was not nominal, it would go into orange or red. I'm not actually sure if it's throttling, because it should. Performance is surprisingly good, especially when we're using this DLSS setting.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each.
MacBook M3 Pro has aged so well for me as a purchase, I'm not expecting any gaming at all. I'm now becoming a prepared machine to game on it. When the M5 Pro comes out, it's going to be even better. Why has he changed from Raiden to Snake? It looks really good. I didn't expect Metal Gear Solid Delta to look this good. Even on lowest graphics settings, an Unreal Engine 5 game looks pretty damn good. Skip. I'm waiting for N67 Pro with at least 64 gigabytes of RAM. I hope they allow up to 96. Well, if they do let you use that much RAM, they're going to make you pay for it too. Not going to be cheap. So is 720p upscale to 1080p? Is that the equivalent of performance mode? Is there ultra performance? No, it's performance mode. It's not going to run much better than this because we're barely keeping 25 to 35 FPS. You need a lot of RAM for work. Okay. There's a lot of good use cases for high RAM usage. In front of I can't see the tutorial. Do you have to climb a tree or something? Whoa, I almost fell off my treadmill. Whoops. I'll have to get my kit from that tree. In front of a tree. What does that say? F in front of a tree. Whoops. Oh, thanks very much, Auto. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just happy to have participation from the viewers because it gets very boring without any kind of interaction. And it lets me test games that I don't normally test. Because like Metal Gear Solid is not on my radar. There's too many games I haven't played. There's too many games on my backlog, which I wouldn't normally try to play. So yeah, we're definitely succumbing to memory pressure here. But it's impressive that we're getting 25 to 35 FPS. Blah 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 blah. A lot of these games are just cutscenes. I remember when I played Metal Gear Solid 2 getting to the end, and then my aunt called me to have dinner, and I was like, I can't do that. I'm in the middle of a game. This cutscene, I have no idea how long this cutscene is going to go on for. Can we change lives of P for FF16? It's a very demanding. Can Final Fantasy 16 even run on Mac? Because I haven't heard any actual information about this. I don't think because there's no point testing it if no one else has ever got it to work. Is someone also having problems signing into Steam? I don't think that Steam is down at the moment. It can. Someone tried playing Rebirth on a Mac Mini. Rebirth, that's not the same as that's Final Fantasy 7, not Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 is this kind of medieval fantasy RPG, whereas Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth or Remake, they're both different games. I might test Rebirth out because with the new Can I shoot this guy? Oh, oh wow, the mud graphics are really good. I might tranquilize a crocodile. That's so funny. Rebirth sounds great. It's also an Unreal Engine game. Okay, I can test that out if you prefer me to do that instead. I think it would be very interesting to see this game running with higher memory, because 17 gigabytes is not enough to really test this. Because the reason I chose 16 gigabyte first is just to do a comparison with my 16 gigabyte M4 base with the MacBook Air. So I'm wondering what kind of difference it's going to make. Do games like Far Cry, Skyrim work well through crossover? Yes. Yeah, Skyrim works well. The latest 64-bit edition works really well. You can also run it through something called, instead of D3D Metal, which is what I'm running this game through, you can run it through DXMT, which arguably is better. Can I try the game Reanimal? If you do a super chat, then I'll do that.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Fast forward. Reanimal is like Little Nightmares. I don't know, it's like a horror game? Horror theme game? No idea. Okay, can I get past this guy? And then I think my test will be concluded once I take out this dude. So, yeah, memory pressure is going to make a big difference. I wonder what it's like on my other tests. I wonder if I can get 60 FPS on this with even lower graphic settings. There's no lower than low. Okay. Okay, we're done with this game, I think. So playable, need more RAM. Needs more RAM. Look at that memory pressure. Swap use 7.2 gigabytes. That's bad. Okay, let's see if I've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I don't actually have that game. We need to go and buy it then. I can't believe games are like £65 now. I mean, when did that happen? Let me just make a purchase of it so I can do an update, and then I'll be able to carry on. Let me just find my credit card details. Approve. Okay, it's done. Okay, I'm going to do, while I'm still in crossover, we're going to do Final Fantasy Rebirth. Okay, so the last time I tested this out with the latest version of Game Porting Toolkit 3 or 4, we had flickering graphics issues with the textures. Now, it used to run a lot better than it used to, but it's still very impressive that this can work, because it wasn't working out of the box with crossover out of the box a few months ago, but it is working now. Just got to make sure I don't go over my 2-hour limit, because I do not intend to spend £65 on a game which I'm not going to play. I'm on my new Bazite living room PC. I've started trying to continue playing Final Fantasy Remake, which I'm only about halfway through. So by the time I get to this game, then yeah, it's going to be a really long time because I take ages to finish games. I'm playing it on my Mac as well, which is interesting. Yeah, maybe you can do FSR 4 injection test on M5. Not very familiar with the FSR 4 injection yet. I will test out Cyberpunk when it uses Metal 4. As far as I'm aware, there's no news on that yet. Let me just check Rebirth. What are the stats on this? I think I have to turn off MSync. Is what the wow. I think that's the key to this. Yeah, this is the base model M5 MacBook Air. So MacBook Pro. So it's the M5 with 16 gigabytes of RAM. So it's the base model. We're going to get similar performance between this and, you know, the whatever future M5 MacBook Air is going to have, assuming you buy the one presumably with more GPU cores. Okay, one Rebirth. Okay, so no MSync. That should load. What's up? How is life going? Good, life's going good? Yep, here we are, running. Shaders. Okay, I'll give that a minute and then I'm gonna have a little toilet break. Hold on a sec. Okay, we're still on shader duty. Let's catch up on the comments. Yes, almost at 100k, very exciting. I think I've gained about 100 subs today, which is good. And I'll be putting together like my M5 video, compiling all the data from today, and hopefully we'll reach a bigger audience. Okay, so I'm just gonna tidy up my list. So I've done Metal Gear Solid Delta, and then we're going to do some yeah, just put my list there. So I've updated the list under the chat box. Then we're going to do the Mac native games, a few of those. What's your take on gaming on the M4 MacBook Air? I've done lots of videos about M4 MacBook Air gaming. I think it's pretty decent, as long as you have your expectations relatively low. Like, it'll play a lot of these games at very aggressive upscaling, so I'm quite happy with that. It does emulation really well too. I mean, the Air is like a special use case because I think that having a really portable fanless machine is it's its own category, separate from a laptop and separate from a tablet. So for me, it's like any kind of gaming performance you get out of it is a real big plus. Lossless scaling doesn't work in crossover. I don't think so. Yeah, Escape from Duckov, I might check this out, but I actually have too many games to put in to this list at the moment. So I've got 8 games that I'm looking at that I'm looking to cover today based on the super chats that I've got. I probably don't have space for any more because if I spend half an hour on each game, I'm going to be here for hours. Did I try Lossless Generation? I haven't tried that on the Steam store, sorry. So yeah, we've got 8 titles: Cyberpunk, Red Dead 2, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. We're going to try Total War Game, Baldur's Gate 3. I also need to rerun a bunch of benchmarks on my M4 MacBook Air so I can do a bit of comparison. I think what I'll do is I'll take the Total War Pharaoh, and do a comparison between Pharaoh on the M4 and Pharaoh on the M5. Because Total War Pharaoh Dynasties is a pretty recent Total War game. It's newer than Warhammer 3. So it'd be just interesting to see what that's like. So here we're just compiling shaders. You can see that shader count going up, which is really handy on the metal HUD. Let's make the metal HUD big. And let's see if this game has the same issues that I faced a few months ago. I'd like to see some Silent Hill 2 remake test or any other UE5 game, which is a more difficult game to run even on Windows. There's the Silent Hill F, which I tested out on the last live stream. I could do that because I actually own that game, even though, no, I don't own that game. I refunded it. Okay, let's turn the graphics low. It's 50% dynamic resolution scaling. Yeah, I could do AC shadows. I think I might reserve that for part 2 of this video. Okay. I'm not expecting too much because this runs worse than the remake, the original remake. Okay. 43 FPS. Looking pretty good. 38. We're not doing any kind of scaling. So it says here Metal FX scaling's at 1080p. So this is running at native, which don't necessarily want to do. I want to run this at performance mode because then I'll get... Can I turn dynamic resolution scaling off? Can I turn it off? Graphics quality is set to low. I guess I could force it to scale to 50%. Let's try that. Well, that's a lot better. I mean, 540p is, I guess you'd call it ultra performance, right? Now that's nearly 60. Let's see if we can get some actual... It's a bit of frame time issue here. Let's just turn the HUD down a little bit in terms of... That's good HUD size. 50% is ultra performance, yeah. We don't have the graphical issues that I used to face. It's really interesting, because last time I tested this, we had loads of flickering. Still looks great, yeah. 50% scaling. I mean, it's better than, you know, when I was a child playing this on the PlayStation 1 and imagining this scene in the hometown with the, I think it's Tifa and Cloud around this like water tower. I remember when you install this game on the PC port of Final Fantasy VII, it would have the intro would, as you're installing the game, it tells you to put disc 1, disc 2 in, etc. It has this screenshots of the kind of cutscenes like this, and the remake game, it looks so much better than the what I imagined in my head from as a child. Fortnite won't run very well because there's no native Mac port of there's no native Mac port of Fortnite. Can we get any combat scenarios here? Explore to do the blah, blah, blah. What do I have to explore?
You worked out with everyone?
Just for a bit.
Did you keep up?
Where's Tifa? I can't remember what I have to do because this is like the very first like area in the game, and when I played this last on the Mac, it was flickering so badly I didn't really know what was happening. I didn't really want to play it after that.
Oh, whoops! I didn't recognize you, Cloud. You've grown.
Other than Fortnite not being able to run on Mac, it's the only other major game that can't be played as well. Basically, all of the major anti-cheat competitive titles, as well as a lot of the gacha games, are not available, don't really work on a Mac.
And teacher of martial arts to the youth.
So if you're really looking to play Call of Duty Warzone, if you want to play Apex Legends, you know, none of these big live service games work. Fortnite doesn't work. So you're really going to be restricted to a lot of single player titles or games which don't use aggressive anti-cheats. I'll just skip this.
Goodness! Is that you, Cloud? If anyone on the survey team is feeling soldier, good to see you. How about a take?
The hair graphics are good. I see no fuzzing, usually fuzzes. Yeah, I think that's partly down to the metal effects hooking into DLSS using the crossover preview and the game porting toolkit 3.0 beta 5.
Huh? You went to my place?
No.
Is there a chance about beat GPTK 4? Yeah, I mean they're constantly working on it. Why? The number 4 is just a numbering convention. So this represents the cutting edge of what Apple are working on in terms of metal effects
Then I stop on my mom's.
and this D2D metal translation layer.
Me too. Yeah.
My dad died when I was a kid.
Skip. This is kind of spoilers because I haven't got this far in the game, in the first game of the remake.
It's not like we hung out that much.
Is there a way to get some combat? Maybe if I start the game again, if I quit game. Is there like a, because I remember the remake starts off with like a really strong intro. With combat intro. I wonder if I can just get some combat footage. Compared to Proton, Apple's doing a great job too. I mean, Proton is the if Proton didn't exist, we'd all be saying like Apple is genius to create this translation layer which allows us to play Windows games on a Mac. But because Proton is so good, like my Bazzite SteamOS living room gaming PC is just excellent. I have almost no issues playing that game. I'll just restart this game, see if there's a combat section I can go to. It's pretty cool. But this must be the end of the remake bit, right? So let's just skip. Some of these cutscenes are rendered, and some of them are pre-rendered, and some of them aren't. Some of them using in-engine cutscenes. I'm not sure which ones. So just skip all of them. Oh, this is Zach. Why am I playing Zach? Yes, that's near the end. I did find remake. I find it a bit plodding at the moment, just because they added a lot of like stuff which is not good.
Get away from her! He's got a buster sword! Terrorist!
This is good. I mean, it is. We are running this at 540p, but with the DLSS hook with Metal FX, it looks excellent. Well, I tried Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I remember playing the first Bloodlines game. That was good. I have read bad things about it. Apparently it works, but I'm not gonna test it unless someone super chats me, because I've got 8 games to cover, and I've covered 4 of them now: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metal Gear Solid, Red Dead 2, and Cyberpunk. So that's 4. 3 Windows games, 1 native game. So I kind of got too much on my plate, because it's going to take me a couple more hours at least to cover all of these. This is really impressive that we can get something that looks this good running on a Mac. I mean, imagine if we had a proper native Mac port. Remake is still an unoptimized mess. Yeah, it does stutter a lot. It stutters a lot. We have VSync issues running it through crossover as well. Does this beat an M2 or an M3 Max chip yet? I think maybe. I should do a direct comparison. I haven't got my benchmarks with me at the moment. That's really boring to do, hitting benchmark graphs and stuff. Okay, good. I'm happy this is working. Okay, let's skip it out, and we're going to cover some native Mac games now. Okay. So we've done Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I must say it looks pretty good. Okay, so let me just check my list. Okay, so Baldur's Gate 3, let's do it. Thought about trying Assetto Corsa Evo. I did try to get that working before, but yeah, spoilery scene, yeah. Yeah, because I've heard that the remakes changed the story, and I'm only halfway through the first remake, so it's probably a good thing I haven't played too much of that. Baldur's Gate 3. I still haven't finished this game despite spending so many hours on it. I'm still like, I feel like I shouldn't finish it because it's just too good. I love the game too much. Don't want it to end. Let's go a little leg break. I've been walking so long. Legs hurt. By the way, I have a 12-core CPU, 16-core GPU, M4 Pro 14-inch MacBook Pro now. Great. Have you tried getting Assetto Corsa Evo working? Mac Mini M5 Pro next year, what do you think? Yeah, probably. I think it's going to come really soon. Because M5 Pro, when? I like that with Apple, we get these incremental improvements every year. I know a lot of people complain about it, but I think it's actually a really good thing that you get. There's always this churn. I mean, it's good from a content perspective because it means I get to make videos about this all the time. But the reality of reliably getting a spec bump every year is nice. It's nice to know. I don't know, there was no M3 Mac Mini. I would not be shocked if they waited for an M6. I would be shocked if they skipped it, because the M4 Mac Mini is good. It's a really great deal, really good price. What's happened here? Let's try this again. Just make sure it's not. You're waiting for Mythic Engine to get Steam support so that I can get Windows 11 games running on macOS 26. Fair enough. Which do I think is better, crossover or parallels for gaming? Generally speaking, crossover is better because I think I had some issues running Windows. I think I had some issues running games from my NAS recently. The Mac games anyway. The Windows games are fine. But I had issues running all of my NAS games from macOS NAS games. I'm streaming from a Windows PC, so none of the performance of the Mac is being used. That Mac is attached to my PC via this capture card via HDMI cable. And so we get pretty much pure information about how the game is performing. I think what I might have to do is do it this differently. So I'm having issues with my whole game setup on my NAS. So I think if I just remove this library and I just re-download Baldur's Gate 3 onto my solid state drive, and then what I might do is allow downloads to happen during gameplay, and then 150 gigabytes. That's even though I've got a 1.6 gigabit pipe, that's still going to take a while. What else was I testing? I was going to test Pharaoh. Pharaoh Dynasties as well. And then I'm going to test Resident Evil 4 as well. So let's just see if I've got Resident Evil 4 on my solid state drive. Should be here. I'll just make sure it's working. Obviously, I won't test it whilst the downloads are working because should I do this via transfer or should I do it via... Let's do Baldur's Gate 3 first. Red Dead Redemption 2 was about 25-30 FPS at Ultra, and I could run it at lowest settings at about 50 or 60. I think what's happened is that when I've upgraded to macOS Tahoe, there have been some permissions issues. I remember on my other computer it was like that. So maybe there's a permissions issue on my NAS games, which I've downloaded. How do you fix that? There was an issue where I couldn't open up previously downloaded games on macOS Tahoe after doing a macOS Tahoe upgrade. I fixed it before. How did I do that? Does anyone remember? Reinstalling might be the faster way to do this, in which case we're in for a long wait because although I've got a fast internet pipe relative to what I used to have, it's still going to take ages. This is doing a data transfer, which is not full disk permission. Yeah, let's just check full disk permissions. It's good call, Benjamin. Privacy and security. And then full disk access. And then maybe we'll add Steam to this. Let's see if that works, because I kind of want to see, I kind of don't want to download this game again. I pray that Craig talk with Gaben to work on GPTK. The chances of that happening is so low, but funny anyway. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, storage, has it added my NAS again? It has done that. Let me just try running my game again, which is, let's try this game instead, see if this runs. Because the bouncing thing is the verification process, is it? But it's not saying verifying. And also it doesn't fix my issue with the other game, which is the my RE4, which should be able to run anyway. In which case I might need to download the game again, which is annoying. It should not take that long to open. It's funny how the Windows games are just fine, but because macOS requires developer verification and it must do some kind of checksum hash checking, making sure that this is the correct game, then I always have issues when I try to run a game I've downloaded from a different computer. And now this macOS Tahoe upgrade has thrown a spanner in the works. So I think for the sake of simplicity, I think I might just download the games again through, and then all that space that I've dedicated to my NAS, all these games I've downloaded, 78 games. I'm gonna have to. I think I might have to re-download them. Okay, let's see. Let's just run it from my solid state drive. Okay, we'll do it from the solid state drive, which I don't have much space on left. You can use XATTR to disable that. Yeah, that's true. Let's see if this will work for this game. It's XATTRCR, and then here plus the sudo. Do I have the sudo XATTR dash CR? Is that right? CR? Didn't ask for my permission again. It's not the end of the world for me to re-download that game. That is one of the main reasons why I decided to get a really fat internet pipe. Pharaoh Dynasties. Let's add this to the queue. And then we're also going to add, I guess we've got to add Dota 2 as well. Dota 2. These are all massive games. Okay, this is the lesson learned, I guess. Been running Roblox Midnight Racing Tokyo on my MacBook Pro, no problems. Some of those Roblox games are quite impressive, actually, like graphically speaking. It's probably the biggest multiplayer game that you can play on a Mac. Some of the first-person shooters are really good. I've been impressed with it. Okay, I'm going to queue that. Oh, it's verifying. Sometimes there's a bit of a mystery what was actually happening on this thing when you download, because these games are like massive. 120 gigabytes for a game is big, and to checksum verify an application that size with probably hundreds of thousands of textures and tiny files inside, it will take ages. Oh, so you're playing PUBG Mobile on Mac using these Android emulators. What I normally do is I use something called Switch Res X to set a desktop resolution to, what you want maximum for that game to run as. So that normally does quite a good job. Okay, I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and let these things download. We're getting about 900 megabits, so that's pretty fast. So it could be... What I might have to do is re-download all the games to my NAS. It might be faster than trying to troubleshoot this problem. But the download itself should only take about half an hour for all three of these games that I'm going to test. Well, I guess I should also go to the App Store and get a new copy of Resident Evil 4. Maybe I might take a breather of my legs. Oh, do I have a local copy of this game? Where's this going? I think I'll leave this one to last while I'm just getting this ready to go. So this one I need to download 90 gigabytes. No, why has it added my library again? It always does this. I told it not to remove my NAS. I asked it to remove my NAS because I don't know. I think Tahoe's messed everything up. Good. I just want my solid state drive stuff to work. Not Rust. Go away. Oh, Mac Pro Tits, welcome to the stream. Good morning from the USA. Hope you're doing well. Almost at 100K. Yes. I'm actually really hoping that I hit 100K this week. I hopefully I will do with the release of this M5 video. But yeah, I've got nearly 100 subs today, which is great. Just running into some technical issues. So I normally run a lot of my games from a NAS. And for some reason, I think it's to do with the macOS Tahoe update. I think I need to re-download all those games again. You're somewhat imagining Apple using Intel 14A fabs. Apple don't use... Why would Apple want to use old fabs? The TSMC ones, the Primo ones. Why not? Is the M5 a huge upgrade? It is actually a pretty huge upgrade. 95% more frames, about nearly double the frame rate of Cyberpunk 2077 compared between the base M4 and the base M5. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'm really hoping to get my 100K really soon. I'm really excited about it. I'm gonna get my little plaque. I've been doing this for a very long time now. It's been like 4 years of doing this virtually full time, and doing a lot of other things at the same time too. But it's a long way away. And I've gained subscribers at a slower rate than I think that I should. I think it's just due to the fact that Mac gaming is a very small niche. It's not very generalized in terms of, there's not that many new subscribers coming in, new viewers, etc. But yeah, I'm glad that I've gotten this far. It's good. Okay, let's let that download. I'll be back in a minute. I just need a toilet break again. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, it's giving me an error message. That's from before. So everything is saying that it has errors opening. So what I might do is actually just restart my Mac before I get into this, because there's these like background processes that are occurring, which, you know, you double click on a thing to open it, and then there's nowhere on the Mac it tells you whether it's in the middle of opening or not. And if you tested Shadow of the Tomb Raider already, it's always been taken as a reference. Yeah, I haven't tested Shadow of the Tomb Raider yet. Do you think the increase of M2 power will be able to emulate x86 Windows with good performance? As far as I can see, the single core performance is good, and the CPU performance is good. But really, the important and interesting part is the GPU performance, especially with crossover games and native Mac games. I'm not sure about Windows and parallels and virtualization. iMac G3 casually imported my music CD records into my Apple Music in AIFF files so I can play the games while enjoying Julian Casablancas and Voids in 16-bit. Is that 44 kilohertz? Is that lossless? You bought it last year for 90,000 rupees, but will upgrade when the redesigned Macs come out. Yeah, I wonder what the redesigned Macs will look like, because I'm quite happy with the design of the current Macs with the notch and everything. It's pretty much perfect. It was way better than the butterfly keyboard 2016, 2019 Macs of the past. Much, much, much better. So personally, I can't really see much that I'd really need to get in order to see a big improvement on. I mean, maybe more USB ports, because we've only got 3 at the moment, which is just about enough. The Airs 2 is not enough. Yeah, but other than that's pretty good. It's annoying to have to wait for this to download, just because I already downloaded it. I think I might have to go onto my... I might have to just delete my Mac library on my NAS and then just re-download them overnight tonight, so I can get everything ready for the next time I do test. Because it's likely I'm going to do a big test tomorrow, covering a few more games. I might do Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I'm not sure yet. But if you really guarantee it, you can always super chat me to test this out. Yeah, 16-bit 44 kilohertz is basically uncompressed CD audio. Pretty good. Yeah, VPun215, I've already done Red Dead Redemption 2, so that's on my list of completed already. It runs really well, compared to the M4 anyway. I'm not familiar with AIFF. I'm very happy with MP3s. I've never been able to tell much of a difference because I don't wear headphones. I tend to use quite low quality speakers. I'm not really a sound guy. The only thing in Mac I miss from Windows is keyboard and optional mouse. Other than Apple feels weird. I don't understand why Apple did this, but yeah, for Mac OS. I use this mouse is good. I mean, it's not a gaming mouse by any means, but I use it to game. Is that bad? The MX Master 3S. It's really good. Really like this mouse. And the trackpad, the wireless trackpad, is not really a gaming device, but I use it quite often when I'm doing the streaming stuff, because I prefer having a trackpad when I'm using the Mac. It's a shame that Windows that Apple don't sell like a gaming mouse. Like they don't. Why Apple haven't made their own proper mouse, which can, like, I don't actually think there's anything wrong with I actually don't think there's anything wrong with the Magic Mouse per se. Like, the shape is fine. I don't care about the charging port at the bottom, because you only charge it like once every 6 months or something. But if they could just have the same design, but the ability to left and right click at the same time, I don't see why that would be a limitation in the design, because we have this like Magic Mouse, like this beautiful mouse, which looks great, but they just need to make something more functional. So the Magic Mouse is a mistake, a bit like the butterfly keyboard of the past. You know, they tried to make it too small. It should be bigger. It should be like this. The the Apple mouse should be like this, but on the back of here and maybe on the thumb side, they put all the gesture stuff there. Put all of the scrolling, and maybe replace the wheel with the scroller thing, right? But make it the shape. This is like the perfect shape for a mouse, the MX3. So yeah, auto use the MX3 as well. It's good. It's a really good mouse. Fan noise is fine. 14-inch MacBook Pro fan noise that I've always had no problems with. Right now we're at like quite high temperatures because we're unpacking some game files. That sensor's going up, topping out at 102, so probably throttling a little bit. But you know, that's unpacking a massive 120 gigabyte game from the internet, decrypting it. So that's like a different case. So Pixel says they are removing notch in redesign. We'll add the camera cutter and some chip and battery replacement changes, and the size will decrease. Screen upgrade to OLED. I don't see a huge need to upgrade to OLED, to be honest, because I don't think OLED really belongs in laptops because of the poor, unless OLEDs have improved a lot lately. The brightness needs to be really ramped up in order to compensate for ambient daylight, which laptops often are in. I actually think the MacBook screen is fine as it is. That doesn't need to be changed. I don't really care about camera cutout. I think the notch is fine. I can't see how you could add a camera without also adding a notch. And if you have a camera on top, then it would have just been better just to have a notch instead of a cutout. So I don't know how they're going to fix that. So Dev says they recently purchased Portronics mouse in deal, but scrolling feels jittery. I heard about the mouse, but India's price not worth it. Yeah, the peripherals, the Logitech peripherals are really expensive. So it's like 80 or 90 pounds for this mouse, and it's not cheap. Because I remember in the past you could buy a good wireless mouse for like 30, 20. That'd be a lot. They're adding nano texture for daylight, I guess. I haven't really experimented much with the nano texture stuff, so I'm wondering how it'll work. But there's nano texture. Won't that decrease make the blacks look worse on an OLED screen? Micro LED is coming. Can't wait for the new Pro Display XDR to use that, so the Studio Display can use mini LED in promotion. What type of screen do the MacBook Pros currently use? Are they mini LED already? Hades 2 runs amazing on the M4. Yeah, I've done a lot of Hades 2 gaming on the Mac as well. So I went through a whole phase of playing a lot of Hades 2. So I've defeated Kronos, defeated Typhon, and in the epilogue, I guess, run up to the end game, which, to be honest, I'm kind of losing a bit of interest based on that. Because there's a lot of the end game stuff, there's a lot of kind of grinding, and I still haven't really got the hang of dodging in that game. Not dodging, but avoiding damage in the game. It's very tricky to do it consistently. I saw some runs of people playing, with 1 HP, so you die in one hit. I don't quite fathom how you can do that yet. But I'm a big fan of Hades 2, so I kind of blitzed through Hades 1 and Hades 2 quite recently. It's been a lot of fun. But it is a bit frustrating as a game. It's a very high-skill game, and there's a lot of mashing involved as well, so you have to be very fast and keep... It's better than Hades 1, which had a lot of issues with... Because Zagreus could do a double dash, and you're invulnerable through the duration of your dash. You just double dash all the time, and it made my hand cramp because I kept dashing all the time. But thankfully, Hades 2 doesn't have that issue because it's a bit more strategic and less button mashy. But it's still hard. It's still an intense game. Do like it. Okay, so we've got 8 more minutes. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll continue on. Okay, coming back. Sorry for the stream is getting a bit bogged down with the downloading, but okay, so personal experience, Baldur's Gate 3 M4, 2080 high settings, 50 FPS. Okay. Guy, don't you think he looks like an engineer working in Japan? Like, I'm not racist, but Japanese look like that to me. My family's Taiwanese, so I think Japanese YouTubers are way more like formal and serious in the tech YouTubers anyway. Does macOS crack library is expanding on only spending so much on Adobe subscriptions? Don't use Adobe. Don't need Adobe anymore. Photop, GIMP, and Canva and AI tools is all I need. Please, if anyone could help, I run Windows games on Mac through Mythic, but every time I run the games on full screen, the mouse gets locked inside the game. I'm not sure that's a Mythic issue. It really depends on which game you're playing as well. For example, Fallout 4 has got a windowed mouse issue, which you can fix using config file. It's quite straightforward. Okay. Yeah, you can use Heroic. Heroic's got a good wine engine in it too, which might be slightly more updated than Mythic's, not really sure. Okay, so we'll load up Dota 2, load up Pharaoh. I wonder what other games we could cover as well. Oh yeah, we need to download Resident Evil 4, which I'll do as soon as these Steam games are done. Steam game decryption is quite intensive for a Mac. Heroic's pretty good. It has like good support for Epic games. So if you need, so it's basically the only way to play games like Rocket League Online. You could also run the Epic Game Store through crossover as well. That's an option. But I think Heroic does a slightly better job. And you can use the crossover wine engine as well. If you make a Heroic bottle, then that can work better. Would you recommend the 24 gigabyte RAM upgrade or the 1 terabyte solid state drive upgrade? If you're going to choose one, use case primarily data handling and light machine learning. I would use something like the Jet drive. If you have storage requirements which don't require speed, right? You can use the I've made videos about this in the past. You can use like an SD card slot that fits flush into the MacBook Pro, which you can put like a 1 or 2 terabyte SD card in there, and that's way cheaper than trying to double up your solid state drive space. So in that case, what I would do is buy the 24 gigabyte RAM upgrade and then stay with 512 gigabyte solid state drive. And then if you have more requirements, I would add the base BASEQI SD card adapter and add a 2 terabyte SD card in there or 1 terabyte, and then use an external solid state drive for anything else. Personally, yeah, because I would go for performance over storage, because storage is, what are you going to fill up 1 terabyte of storage with? I mean, granted, a game like Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be 120 gigabytes plus, like we're downloading now, so that's going to take up a lot. You could also run that game from an SD card. It will run substantially slower in terms of loading. Okay, the loading doesn't take that much longer from an SD card, but the writing does. The verification takes a long time, but it's still, I think it's better use of your money to get better performance, because a lot of those games like running through translation layer, like the Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, that was going over 16 gigabytes. And so lots of those kind of really high-end games are going to require more if you're trying to run the Windows games. There aren't many Mac games which need more than 16 gigabytes. In fact, I haven't found any that benefit hugely from more than 16 gigs. Not yet anyway, but a lot of the high-end Windows games really, really benefit from having more unified memory. So I'm always going to say 512 is enough. There used to be a world in which you buy the base end Mac, and then the base end Mac only had 128 gigabytes of storage. I don't know if you remember those days. You could buy, in fact, I remember one of the first MacBook Airs came with 64 gigabytes of storage. It was really bad. We're not in that stage at the moment. 512 is enough for most people, enough to install 1 or 2 games on, 2 really big games on, enough to work comfortably. Ooh, doorbell's rang. Yeah, so speak of the devil, my 24 gigabyte MacBook Air M5 or MacBook Pro M5 chip has just been delivered, so I'll get to test out later this week, maybe. Have I heard about Cosmic Crisp? Yeah, Cosmic Crisp with a K. New Vulkan driver for macOS that's based on Asahi Vulkan driver. It sounds very exciting. If we can get this to work through crossover, I will test it out straight away. If we can get games like Doom Eternal working, and Doom and Detroit and Indiana Jones, those are all big Vulkan games, then that'd be great. And if that driver could be used by emulators instead of trying to translate through Molten VK, then that would be great. I'd love to see that working. Tommy P, welcome to the stream. Hi Andrew, I'm late to the stream, but from what I saw, we can basically say the base M5 enables 1080p 30 FPS on average. I'm still on M1 Air. I would definitely consider upgrading, but just be aware that the M5 base chip is only available in a MacBook Pro configuration, which is about 60% more expensive than the M4 MacBook Air. You might want to wait until the M5 MacBook Air comes out, which I anticipate would be roughly in April 2026. So but there are lots of good advantages to using the MacBook Pro with the base M5 chip. 120 Hz display, more ports, active cooling. I'm not sure I'll pay an extra 60% for that though. Thanks, good input. My old MacBook was 256 gigabytes, and I guess that was workable with an external solid state drive, yeah. 256 is like the bare minimum, I think. I think that's what the MacBook Air comes with, right? If I'm right? I have a 2.5-inch drive taped to the outside of my M1 MacBook Air like MacGyver. That's one way to do it, yeah. If you have a good USB-C cable with one of those right-angled ports, then you could keep it plugged in permanently, I guess. Will Call of Duty work? No, Call of Duty won't work, I'm afraid. Most of the games that are very popular online games, they don't work with anti-cheat, I'm afraid. Is there a better app than PlayCover which has better key mapping and performance? Unfortunately not. Like, PlayCover is pretty much one of a kind. You have Android mobile app emulators like MuMu Player Pro and BlueStacks Air, which both offer a way of emulating, really virtualizing Android games on a Mac, and they both have key mapping features, but they are substantially worse in terms of performance. Is there still no decent way to play Minecraft on a Mac? There are plenty of ways to use. If you use the Prism launcher, it's excellent. I would use that. I was hoping it would work with the Canary version of Windows. Only online multiplayer games that use BattleEye anti-cheat would be enabled on Windows 11 ARM Canary, and only if they use DirectX 11 or below. And a lot of these Call of Duty games, they use DirectX 12 and they run faster. They run, they don't have a DirectX 11 version. So you kind of have to deal with that. How I deal with storage is I use network storage from Windows to store files and run apps on my Mac so it runs smooth and fast every time. That's basically what I do as well. Okay, why is it taking so long to run? To open up Baldur's Gate 3, come on. This is another annoying thing about Mac gaming is that you run these, the verification process is not very transparent. Like there's no way to skip it, right? And I don't really see the progress that's happening. Normally, like the app icon bounces up and down. In the beginning of this, you mentioned PS4 virtualization emulation. Is there too much other stuff to test? Maybe. I should do, you know what? While I'm waiting for this is a good opportunity for me to set up some emulation stuff for a shared PS4. Minecraft works fine on Mac. The only issue is macOS's old version of OpenGL makes it not stable. Yeah, that's another issue too. Is shared PS4 not going to load because of this macOS Tahoe thing? When did they make an ARM version of shared PS4? Is that new? What's shared PS4 Qt launcher native ARM version? Sorry, Alex Special, it's just technical issues because I have all these games prepared, right? But they're just taking ages to, I have to re-download them all, which is very annoying because I've downloaded them already, but I think it's a Tahoe thing where it's like not picked up properly. I should be able to launch this. Why is this taking ages to open up? Shared PS4, is this a Rosette? Is this an Intel app? When did they release a native ARM version of this? When did shared PS4 get a native ARM version? I still don't understand how to pin a network storage drive to locations in Finder. I've used Windows, so I still don't know. So what you do is you first you've got to enable the path bar, and then like here, right? Let's mount a network drive. So this is like a basic SMB drive, and then you just drag your thing here, and then you can put it into favorites. Then that's your network drive attached to Finder sidebar. Easy peasy. Okay, I'll stop this, and then maybe there's like a thing that's missing, like because the Baldur's Gate 3 has a launcher screen which asks whether you want to play in native ARM. It has a launcher. It's not directly related to Mac, but there's a developer who created and implemented a whole new OpenGL extension of mesh shaders so that Minecraft can be rendered more performant. That's typical gamer move. If the typical Mac thing is like if the developer won't do it, then you've got to do it yourself. Restart the Mac. Okay, that's a good idea. Restart the Mac. Let's do that. I've only rebooted once since I unpacked this Mac and then loaded up Time Machine back up. So it's a good idea. If I have an extra $200 to add to the base model, I would get the 24GB of RAM upgrade personally, just because I think that the performance difference, for my use case anyway, which is occasionally playing Windows games through translation layers, because the 16GB of unified memory is better than the 8GB we used to have, but it's not as good as it could be. 24 is much more comfortable to run a game and to run your system comfortably without having to like make too many sacrifices, without succumbing to memory pressure. Okay, let's see if this works. All I want to do is play some Mac games. Come on, guys. Why is it so junky? Okay, can I get Baldur's Gate 3 to open? Remove my NAS. Then I'm going to do Baldur's Gate 3. It doesn't see my download, which I've done already. Let's see if I can run this manually from my Steam macOS here, because it should be in the common folder here. It should be in Baldur's Gate 3 here. 156GB. And Resident Evil 4. Okay, that's verifying. And then what was the other game I was downloading? I was downloading Dota 2. And then I was also doing Pharaoh. Okay, so we're going to do Dota 2, and we're going to do Baldur's Gate 3, and we're doing this. So this is not really indicative of performance yet, just because doing all that stuff in the background is actually very intensive for the computer to decrypt all those files. Okay, so there's like a preset. Let's go to balanced. Let's do balanced. Okay. Display. So this is with Metal Effects at this quality mode. Okay, so main story. Can you run No Man's Sky? I'm not going to do No Man's Sky right now. I have to wait for these to download anyway. Hello, Ghost K. Welcome to the stream. M4 versus M5. M5 it's about 90 to 100% faster than the M4, base M4, which is really exciting news. Okay, it's saying here, I'm saying that we're on quality mode, but 540p is not quality mode, is it? Cinematic effects off. Okay, so this is not really indicative of the real performance because a lot of stuff is happening here. Yeah, I wonder what happens if I put it onto performance mode because it says here, what changed? Performance to, oh, they just changed it from temporal to performance. Oof, so that's just confusing because Metal Effects performance is not, that's not what it means. Performance means 50% vertical resolution. Quality means 66%, or should be. Still looks pretty good. I mean, the biggest culprit is the hair. The hair looks bad. I mean, I'm not sure why you're playing Resident Evil and then looking at the hair a lot, but this is better. This is way better than that, than the base M4. Okay, so I can't really test this yet because I'm still unpacking these files. What I need to do also run is some Geekbench stuff too. Maybe 3D Mark as well. I need to download 3D Mark. 3D Mark has got a new Mac version. And we tried to run Baldur's Gate 3, but did it give some error message or anything? No, it's still here. It's still verifying. Shannis, every time Andrew starts a test stream, he gets, what about Final Fantasy 14? I could test it out. I could test out 14 on Mac if you super chat me. You can wait for the proper test, yeah. I'll just play around a bit, wait for this thing to go. Whoa. Yeah, it's not indicative of real performance because I'm verifying a game in the background as well and downloading something on Steam. Yeah, it's better to play. It is better to play most of these games on a console, to be honest, because they're optimized for that performance. Right now, we're doing this stuff. I'm trying to load up 3D Mark, and we're downloading and decrypting a game. So we need to wait, be a bit more patient. I don't know why it's taking so long to verify Baldur's Gate 3. Someone's getting 75 FPS on Cyberpunk and M5 recently, and I commented that 75 FPS on a Mac is great, and everyone in reply sections was saying that 1600 for 75 FPS isn't worth it, and Mac is for productivity. It's true. I think And we check Elden Ring. Okay, yeah, we'll do Elden Ring. So thank you for remaining a member, Noor Mohammed Shakalgar. We'll check out Elden Ring if we have time. Added it to the list under the thing. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 performance better than your M1 Pro. Not bad. Nobody should be buying a Mac for gaming in the first place. It's more of a, if it can, I will. Mac gaming could be incredible if Apple actually cared. That's completely true. There's so many wasted opportunities with Mac gaming because the hardware is actually quite performant, especially compared to the old integrated graphics days from the Intel chips. It's just so much potential that's being squandered. It's a nice extra, yeah, I think it is a nice extra. Go back. Add an XPS 14 with 4070 and it costs $699. Yeah, XPS 14s aren't too bad. So how far is the M5 is performing? Is it worth it to buy if a Mac Mini M1 still running fine? Well, it is nearly double the performance in games compared to the M4. So it is much, much better than an M1 for gaming. I'm interested to see if I can run shared PS4. I wonder how Bloodborne will work on this. But for the last hour, I seem to be running into some technical issues. I'm not sure if these are Tahoe issues or not. Because I can't even run this shared PS4 thing. I've also not experimented with the ARM version of shared PS4. Maybe I should download the Intel one. You just bought the M4 4 months ago. Well, you should have known that the M5 was coming out because it's been the same pattern for every year for the last 4 years now. Glad I told all my friends from college to wait for the M5. The thing is that people always need a new Mac when they start. So academic year in most Western countries starts in September, maybe even late August. At the beginning of the stream, I said I didn't have issues with Tahoe, but I think some of these issues I'm having is with Tahoe. What? Is this why I couldn't open it from my NAS? Are you kidding me? Is this why it doesn't work? Is it because the extra security on Tahoe? No. This is why I wasted an hour of my time. It's not that Gatekeeper is enabled. It just by default, it just won't. Fucking hell. Oh, bloody hell. Wasting so much time. Okay, at least I've got that working. Let's just close all these and then just add my NAS again. And then let's pause this. Oh, it's already added my Steam just re-adds my NAS randomly. So is this why I can't open shared PS4 as well? It just bounces. It's not doing the thing with what's happening. It is Gatekeeper on the east coast of the USA just started asking for the binaries to be validated too. Yeah, but I shouldn't be affected by. Okay, I'm restarting my laptop again. I shouldn't be affected by opening applications. Shouldn't be should be bottlenecked by people. It's not. I'm not trying to join the latest MMO in a server queue. Okay. I'm just trying to run some games. I should be able to multitask. I should be able to open up multiple games at once. And a normal day that will just work. I've never got the sudo xattr shortcut to ever work properly. I'll try it now. Fucking hell. Okay, that's working now. Zoomer Deluxe is probably 32-bit. You can probably run it through Parallels, like the Windows version through Parallels. Okay, let's just try this again. See, that takes a while for that to execute. Do I have Zoomer Deluxe? There's old PopCap games. No. Why is Baldur's Gate 3 not working? I'll just get this up and running before, while I'm waiting for my Baldur's Gate 3 to open. Why is it bouncing? Do I think that Elden Ring or any Souls games can come to Mac? I mean, they've already had enough trouble getting a lot of Souls games working on PC. Disk activity. The thing is that the disk activity is not actually, because I'm running it from a solid state drive. I'm running it from the Acasis Thunderbolt 4 drive here. It should be just running fine. Click open anyway. Okay, let's just go back to the security and privacy, because I was really annoying that ever since Sequoia they disabled the ability to control click on an app to run it. Okay, let's run some terminal commands from. Globally disabling the system settings. How do you confirm this? Globally disabling the assessment system needs to be confirmed in system settings. How do you do that? How do you enable this? Ah, here we are. Anywhere. Will that fix the issue? Let's just stop this and run it again. Now that I've globally disabled Gatekeeper, which I didn't even realize was an option. Seems like it's really slow. Let's try running from my solid state drive. This is on a Thunderbolt 4, you know, it's Thunderbolt 5, but it's Thunderbolt 4 cable. Okay, try selecting one version. Okay, let's try that. I haven't seen this new interface before with Shad PS4. This is new to me. So maybe I'll select the this version instead. Okay, what I'm going to do is restart again, and then we're just going to see if this works. I can't believe I'm having so many technical issues with this. It's ridiculous. I mean, I haven't re-downloaded the whole thing. Okay, let's restart again. It's ironic that, you know, Windows applications, Windows games running through crossover has been a lot more smooth than everything else. BG3 usually takes a while to validate. Yeah, not this long, like because I downloaded it from scratch as well, and it's running through a Thunderbolt 4 enclosure. Okay, I'll try this fix. What was it? Security, sign-in security. Click your name, sign in. Sign in security. No, that's not it. It should be in the users, right? Interesting. Did that quit? Is the game gone? How do I get back in the game? Oh, here we go. Okay, let's do it. I'm too bored of doing this stuff, so I want to play a bit of Bloodborne. Is there? I can't remember. Is there an 60 FPS fix for this? Okay, don't worry about it, Arten. Is there a way to turn on 60 FPS on shared PS4? Dead Cells is native to macOS, but it's one of the games which runs really well on shared PS4. Well, I haven't played this for a while because it's like when I tried this before on the M1 generation, it had a lot of graphical issues. This is proper solid 30 though. Let me just look up shared PS4. How do you put this up to 60? I think I have to enable some kind of patch. Oh, here we are. Let's see. So there's a 60 FPS patch with delta time. Okay, let's just see. Let's skip intro as well. Have I had the fans spin up? Yes, they do spin up. It's not that bad. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood.
18 FPS in this interior room. Is there a patch to make the graphics better? Because basically what we could do is patch this to disable a lot of the... Yeah, let's do that. Let's just tweak some of these things so we can get better frame rate. Just disable graphics issues, disable dynamic lighting. Yeah, let's patch it to 560p and see what happens. How many frames did M4 run this game at? I think it was really bad. I can't remember. Yeah, it was on the graphics turned down. There's no dynamic lighting, so it looks substantially worse. I didn't test this with the M4 chip. It looks really bad without dynamic lighting. You can't see anything. I think when I get outside, it'll look a lot better. Need to move this. Open activity monitor, search for call services UI agent. Click on that, set force quit. That's just going to stop me from... Oh, that guy's still chasing me. Isn't this guy trying to kill me? Is this... I thought the guy, this werewolf thing's not supposed to come out of those stairs. Very jittery frame timing. I think you'd be better off with a higher GPU kind of... The best game for PS4 is sure my fave. I mean, probably better off running Elden Ring. the Windows version of Elden Ring than this. The frame pacing's all over the place. It's not really playable right now. It's more to do with the emulated kind of development than it is to do with the actual game. The frame interval timings are bad. Look at that. It's very bad. I know for a fact that this is going to work okay through Resident Evil 4 is going to be fine. Okay, I really want to do Baldur's Gate now. Let's just see what is up with that. Let's make sure that, and then we can, someone's saying turn off core. With emulation, there's way more CPU overhead. Yeah. Be a real shame if I can't run Baldur's Gate 3. It's one of my favorite games. Because it should just work. I think the original PS4 game for Bloodborne is at 720p, 30 frames per second. There's no pop-up of app verification. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's bugged out. Downgrade to Sequoia. I don't think I can downgrade this because this came with Tahoe. Maybe it just doesn't like being run from an external solid state drive. What I'll do, okay, I'll just try something else, which is copy my Steam macOS game to my Mac. Let's just experiment a bit. Just make a copy of this data so I don't have to download it all again. And then I copy the ACF file. So that the BG3 SteamDB. The ACF file for this is 108.6940. Then copy this onto my local drive. So I do have plenty of space. Yeah, that goes outside of the common folder. And then I'll add this as a library. So instead of doing it like this, I'll remove this library here. Move this. And I'll add this library I just added, which is here, which is on my a different Steam library. That's gonna contain my Baldur's Gate 3, which is still copying. Then once that's finished copying, I'll try launching it again. So just confirm this is going to be the correct location, which is now local to my internal solid state drive. Yeah, so that's the internal drive, and then we'll press play. That bounces up and down, so it should just load, shouldn't it? Can't believe there's still 45,000 people playing this game right now, concurrently. That's a lot, that's a big game. And I'll just check my privacy warning. So I'm saying allow apps from anywhere. And then that should just work. Why isn't it working? I know it takes a while to open up these games, but it shouldn't take this long. Okay, so let's see. I think there are issues with this. It's a frustrating experience because you don't really want to wait that long for something as basic as a computer game to open up. On PC, if I run this through crossover, it will just open. Frustrating. I've restarted the Mac multiple times now. I've re-downloaded Baldur's Gate from scratch onto my solid state drive. I just bounce. Okay, what I might have to do is just skip this, and then maybe I'll cover this later once I've let this run for a bit. Like it just stopped bouncing for some reason. Like it's not telling me why it's not loaded up. If I can't get Baldur's Gate 3 to launch, and what I might do is just, when I finish the stream, I'll just leave it running in the background. It might be just a thing that's happening. I don't know. Then I'll try to run. Let's see what the status of Dota 2. Oh, it's picked up my NAS again. Some smaller games, like no issues with Cyberpunk. We have Dota, so okay. Let's try that. Thanks Artin for trying. Let's just try that as well, because sometimes opening things from terminal does work. It's not Sometimes relaunching the dock can help. How do you relaunch the dock? You have to force quit. You have to force quit Finder, right? That's how you do it. I don't think it's a Finder issue. Just try like Hades 2 or something. Kill all dock. I didn't even know that was an option. How come this has got a black dot now? Some Google fixes suggest disabling cloud saves and rename the config folder. Rename the Baldur's Gate 3 folder in documents, then create, then launch. It'll be in the application support folder. Because that would be like a Steam Cloud issue. So if the Steam Cloud of Baldur's Gate 3 says like it can't load up the save. Oh, Tahoe. So all of this happened with Tahoe. Sequoia was fine. Let's just have a look at the library, application support. I think it's Larian. Or is it Baldur's Gate 3? No, let's see. Where's the save location? Where's the max save game location? Larian Studios. No. Documents, Larian Studios. Why in the documents folder? Could be an iCloud thing. Because my iCloud hasn't fully. Oh look, now that we can see something's happening there. Just want to check I can play, let's say I can play Hades 2. Let's just try that out. That should just work, right? I want to keep my dock not unhidden. Because that should just work. I did upgrade Tahoe as well. We're on let me just check. What's the update function on this? Can't even launch local. So have people been having issues with this? Okay, let's try. I'm open to anything, so let's try this core services thing. It's kind of weird that I can't load up any games. Yeah, this is the base. This is the base model. Because this is a very small game. It's only a few gigabytes in size. It's really weird that this is not working. Let's check the system privacy. This is a different application now. If I go to security and privacy, it's not giving me an error there. This is downloaded locally to the internal drive. So if I look at this, if I manage the local files, yeah, this is my internal solid state drive. Oh, so weird. Restart. I already restarted like twice. Come on, Hades 2 should just work. At least Baldur should work, because Baldur is such a tiny game. Even Baldur is not working. Don't get M5 because you can't downgrade. Oh god. Yeah, that's valid. Valid. Crossover works great. macOS games, not so much. I think what I'm going to do is completely reinstall Steam. I think it might be a Steam permission issue. I'll reinstall macOS Steam. I did provide full access. So in my security privacy, I did provide full access to the full disk access. So I did it to here. Privacy and security, full disk access, Steam. It has full Steam access. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my library, nuke my Steam installation. Let's nuke it. How big is this? It's only got Hades 2 in it. Let's nuke it. Delete it. Reinstall it. Because this was a legacy thing from a Time Machine backup, which came from my macOS Sequoia, which I was testing on the M4 MacBook Air when that came out. So let's just reinstall Steam. This might fix things, I think. I have a feeling this will fix it. This by nuking it, it should reset all these permission issues. Because previously when I tested out Tahoe, I just started with a fresh installation. I didn't actually inherit anything from another computer. If it doesn't fix it, we can move on from this. I can't really move on from this because most of the Mac games I want to test are actually Steam based. So I have to fix this somehow. I have to fix it somehow. It can't be left alone because this has to happen. Okay, log in with my phone. Okay, then I should be able to add my storage. So I add the Steam library, which I made in my documents folder, in my user folder here, which should contain my Baldur's Gate 3 installation inside. Okay, let's try now. This is still the Intel version of Steam. Yes, I haven't enabled the beta. It shouldn't make a difference because we're launching a native game. So it has to synchronize the cloud first. It's Intel type. Has to synchronize through the cloud first, and then it's going to try to launch the game. Okay, I could try. If this doesn't work, then I'll enable the beta of Steam. Which is, how do you do that? Yeah, I could enable the ARM version of Steam. Do you think the M5 is better than the M3 Pro? I might actually be better than the M3 Pro. I have a lot of save games from Baldur's Gate 3 because I played this a lot. Can we be right back? Fingers crossed this works. Okay, are we getting any closer to this? Will it run this time? Okay, I'm gonna go step back to seating because my legs hurt. Oh God. So I nuked it. Yeah, it looks cooked. Is someone else having this issue? Interesting thing is that I do have other M5 Macs to try. I wonder if this is an issue. Is there a mega thread for Steam macOS? Still saying it's running. Okay, I might have to pause attempts to run this because I do need to finish this. So I will come back to this in the future. There is no spoon, but I'm very worried that I can't run these games because I want to be able to run Dota 2 and I want to be able to run Baldur's Gate 3. I think, what should I do? Go reset the Mac and then start from scratch. because what I've done here is I've loaded from a Time Machine backup, which is from macOS Sequoia from my M4 MacBook Air. That was in an attempt to save time, but I could just reset the whole Mac and then install Steam and Baldur's Gate 3 from scratch rather than, because I might have inherited something bad. I've already done full disk access. It's already got, oh, now it wants access to the documents folder. Fucking hell. Why did this take so long? Fucking hell. Oh my God. Why? Oh my God. What the hell is happening with my life? Okay. Baldur's Gate 3, eh? So of course we need to test out Act 3. See what kind of frame rate we can get. Let's turn FSR off because it looks terrible. Can we do medium 1080p? Can we do it? Okay. God, I haven't played this for a while. It's been like a year. It's been over a year. Oh my God, I still haven't finished it. I'm on like one of the last bits of the game. Let's go to Lower City because like that's like one of the tricky parts of the game. We're installing Steam and waiting 10 minutes. I'm sure I waited more than 10 minutes for the last thing. I'm trying running Hades 2 again. Because that's a typical experience, because what was happening before was not working. I think reinstalling Steam. Reinstalling Steam was the key, because there's something fucky going on with Tahoe.
Finish you, then I finish the Duke's traitorous son.
That's pretty good.
You killed the best of both.
I choose violence.
May the hells make you suffer.
Oh, I haven't played this for ages. But it's running, so 1080p, no upscaling.
Still on my feet.
It's looking good.
Kicking for goodness.
These other City Watch guys are like, they don't care. They don't care that their brethren are being attacked. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're back. And this is actually working now. Can't believe it took so long. I think you have to reinstall Steam if you do an upgrade for macOS Sequoia. So the Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3 is literally the hardest part of the game to run by far. Mostly because there are lots of issues with the number of like NPCs and how big the maps are, because the maps are pretty huge, right? If you look at the map, this whole thing is one instance, right? So it's pretty substantial.
Can't stay idle.
Can we fight now? Who is not used to this taking of turns?
There are two new tennis games that work with Mac now, Tiebreak and Topspin 2K25. I don't really like sports games.
These spoons might have killed a lesser warrior. Although that is a lot of blood.
I won't give in.
I think it's pretty cool that this is actually managing to run so well. So we've got no upscaling turned on at the moment, and we're in the Act 3 area of like Baldur's Gate 3, which is the, let's go to the sorceress. Let's go to sorceress studies here, the sundries. Oh, this is where we just were.
And full of nuts.
It's very playable. I'm impressed. I'm impressed that the base M5 is capable of so much, because the base M4 was not good running this game. Okay.
What's up for discussion?
Heard you put that prick Leroican in the ground. Good. Oh, thank you for having Roland's back.
I knew Leroican amassed knowledge like a dragon with its hoard, but never could I have imagined such wealth. And the tower itself.
What was the M4 capable of? It was worse. So what option settings we've got here? This is video medium. Okay. What happened with Baldur's Gate 3? Trying to find some of my content.
The all new iPhone.
We were getting like 30 on the M4 16 gig. This is the Air with 8 gigabytes GPU, 8 GPU cores. Yeah, we're getting much lower frame rates, like 30, 20. Well, not, that's on low, but here we're getting much higher frame rate, which is very interesting. Yeah, there's a patch that improved performance substantially as well. That wasn't there the last time I was testing this. But that was comparing the 8 GPU core version of the game versus the 10 GPU core version, so that also makes a difference too. But as a base model, this is really impressive, like how well this is working. It's not like for like because I don't have an M4 in a MacBook Pro to compare against. Not precisely anyway. Let's go. Let's do as Alex Special suggests. Going to low. Low in Act 3 is giving us 48 FPS in a similar area. This is like Lower City, Act 3. It's a very substantial jump. I was saying at the time of the M4 launch that the M4 was pretty good, was a big step up. But it couldn't play games like this particularly well. Because 30 FPS is borderline playable. This is the Act 3. This is the tough part of the game to run. And it's running it a lot better than... I can't wait to see what the M5 Pro and Max are capable of. To make it into stable 60 FPS, I'd have to turn on FSR 1.0, which looks very ugly. But it would give us a stable 60 easily. I mean, here we're getting about 60. And this is Act 3. Remember, look at all these NPCs that are here. This is like Act 3 goodness. M5 Max is going to be insane. Yes, I agree. What's FSR VSync? FSR is the upscaling, which allows the game to run at a lower resolution, upscale to a higher one. And then VSync is the vertical synchronization, which locks the game frame rate to the refresh rate of the screen, which is off at the moment. The screen goes up to 120 hertz. I haven't tested out ray tracing performance at all. The thread that I read on the Mac Gaming subreddit didn't seem to test RT. I didn't test ray tracing at all. Yeah. I should really just make sure that I've got the right. Because I tested on my M4 MacBook Air, and I think that has. This is a new one I bought this summer. I'm just going to check whether it's 8 or 10 GPU cores, because that does make a difference. That's like a 25% difference. If I turn on FSR down to something like where's my FSR? Upscaling FSR. If I put it to like quality, then we're getting even better. But it does start to look quite ugly. Yeah, 60 plus FPS. FSR, I just turned it on now. Okay. So this is my MacBook Air M4. I forgot because this is the first time I'm benching this because I bought this in the summer. Yeah, this is the 8 GPU core version of the MacBook Air, the base model. So, jumping from 20 FPS to 38 FPS in Cyberpunk is very substantial, but considering that the M4 with 10 GPU cores, which is kind of a more safe, more fair kind of comparison, you'd really expect to jump from like, let me see, 20 times 1.25. 20 times. Should be like 25 FPS jumping to 38, which is still huge, right? Which is gigantic. This is with the FSR turned on, but yeah, 1080p, 60 FPS, Act 3 Baldur's Gate 3. It's a good candidate. The fans are going on a bit. So just if you wanted to turn the fans down, I would cap your frame rate to something lower. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 works really well. Happy with it. Okay, let's try the other game that I was going to launch through Steam, which is Dota 2. Let's try and add my NAS account onto here so I can get Dota 2 running. Because I think the whole, so my Jigglypuff, Steam, Mac. Yeah, I've got 18 terabytes of games installed here. Let's see if I can run my Dota 2 directly from my NAS, because it's worked fine before. Yeah, GPU cores don't scale linearly, but it's not a completely fair comparison between 8 cores, M4 8 core versus M5 10 core. They're not the same. Yeah, you can run Forza Horizon 2 through Xenia, the emulator, the Xbox 360 emulator. It runs okay. Bro, is the camera for streaming connected to the laptop? No, it's not. It's not connected. It's connected to a capture card on our gaming PC. Okay, let's just see if we have any issues running this. Okay, it's bouncing. Let's try and get Dota 2 running. And then we also want Pharaoh running as well. Yeah, see, it works fine. Reinstalling Steam necessary for when you're upgrading to Tahoe. Okay. Let's check out the graphics settings. So 1080p. We're going to use the fastest preset. No. Second toggle is what I normally do, I think. Second preset. And then let's play Dota. Play versus bots. The Horde. Okay, let's find a match. Okay, the app bounces like that, you can disable quarantine. I think it's okay. I don't mind the quarantine. It's just that before I reinstalled Steam, I had issues getting it to work at all. So it would bounce. And then I tried to disable quarantine for it manually using terminal, and having issues with that. Yeah, solo match. But is solo match like okay, so is that a local game? Does that mean that it runs, the bots are run on the computer? Thanks, James Wallace, for the tip. But if I run it through a solo match, does that mean that the bots are actually not? Is extra performance being used up by other stuff? I don't know. I usually go Lich King because that's the only one I kind of know how to play. The Lich. Cool. So we're on the second preset at 1080p.
Prepare for battle.
I'm using a trackpad to play because I haven't paired a mouse with this Mac. Feels a bit laggy. I need to turn VSync off so that we're not capped to 60 frames per second because I can't see what they're.
Seconds to battle.
If we let's put on to fastest, okay, and then use advanced settings and then set 240. I shouldn't be V-synced onto. Is V-sync on? Display. Oh, I've got a.
And so the dead will bury the dead.
Okay, so I should can I do exclusive full screen? Is that going to give me better 120 hertz? That's good. Okay, exclusive full screen. I'm actually getting the correct frame rates applied here. Do people normally play with Do people normally play with exclusive? You know, when we choose Dota as a rendering for rendering, right? Do you actually normally have? Do you normally use this or best looking? Because we're still getting 100 plus FPS on this. It's not quite reaching that cap though.
Forward. Bone chilling.
You run it with a 4080 on max settings. It's a pretty low end game, so you don't really need a lot to play this. A lot of integrated laptops from 10 years ago could play this quite easily.
Dead man drifting. First blood. I'm under attack. Cold front coming.
What I'm going to do is just put this onto the lowest preset because I think that if you were going to play this properly, you would just play it at this, and then I'll change it to 1440p for you just to see what it looks like.
Feel the freeze. Cold cuts. A chill wind.
Okay, let's try. I'm on exclusive full screen, so I'll just change the. Can I change the desktop? How do I change the desktop resolution? Oh, here we are. I can put this up to. I can put it higher than 4040p. I could just do 1440 and apply. Still looks good at 1440, still 100 FPS plus. That's all you really need for this kind of game. I mean, 60 is enough too.
Cool down. To battle. My power rises on coin. I'll bury you.
Andrew, is it real that even if you have a Mac with macOS Mojave or below, you still cannot play Team Fortress 2? If you pre-Catalina, I think you can. I don't think the old macOS ports of those Valve games are being updated, so you can't really play it. You have to play the Windows version run through crossover or parallels, preferably parallels. Night Rain does work. I'm going to be testing out Elden Ring a little bit later, but I can assure you that it does work with the anti-cheat disabled, so you can play it without anti-cheat, and that will work on a Mac. But otherwise, it's fairly limited. Despite the game not being optimized as mentioned above, this is the first time I've seen a decent FPS on Mac that isn't Max or Ultra. The base model can run this well. I mean, all the base models. Dota 2 is an old game, okay, an old game now. It's an old live service game designed to be run on as many computers as possible. It does not benefit them to limit the number of Macs that can, or devices that can run this. I mean, all integrated chips could run this quite easily. So this is at 1440p on the lowest preset. Yeah, so I've got it working on highest preset, lowest preset. I'm satisfied this is running pretty good. The gameplay doesn't get super complicated, super more intensive than this, unless you get those big team fights, which I don't really know how to play. Okay, good. Okay, Dota 2 done, I think. Let's quit out of this. Okay, fastest preset done. Okay, so I just look at my list again to remind me what I need to do. Okay, I've done Baldur's Gate 3, and I've done Dota 2. So Pharaoh is the next macOS game to try. Pharaoh. Pharaoh Dynasties. So that's like the new version, the kind of fixed version of Total War Pharaoh. Oh, that's why I said find a live game at 30 minutes. Oh yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Sorry, forgot that. What's a live game? Is it like a replay? You can watch replays. A live pro match. It's like it's booted this game into 1440p. I can't see it now. Where's it gone? So yeah, I just tested out Baldur's Gate 3, so you can rewind a little bit just to see what that looks like. But yeah, it's quite impressive that we're getting much better performance than the base M4. Okay, 1440p. I've never used the watch function before. So watch in game. So I can find a game that's going 30 minutes. This is at 14. Okay, let's watch this one. I've never used this function before. Okay, so just to remind you, we are on this graphics settings. This is 1440p at the fastest graphics preset. 1440p fastest graphics preset. Think again. I've been traveling for some hours now. You're still streaming. Hats off for your dedication. This is reached the 5 hour mark. I haven't got all the footage that I want yet. So, you know, there's 3 more games that I need to test that people have paid good money to see me test, and I want a large variety to test so that I can actually get some interesting games in my video, which I'm going to edit later today. Can you run it in desktop friendly full screen? Okay. If I run it in desktop friendly full screen, it does something with the it can't run it at the 1440p because my desktop is 1080p. That's why.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And it is capped at 60 because it's.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
3 games on the list, so Pharaoh Dynasties, Resident Evil 4, and also Elden Ring. Yeah, so this is capped to 60. It doesn't really give us much information. Going exclusive full screen would be more helpful, I think. Okay, cool. Well, that's an interesting test. Let's just go back to exclusive full screen. Maybe borderless window help? No, because it doesn't see the exclusive full screen activates the ability to go to 1440p, 120 Hertz. Yeah, that's good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Show fight recap. What does that do? I didn't realize I could do this. Spectator live match. This makes future benchmarking, you know, really much easier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So this gives us the cache shaders 339. So no more shaders are being cached currently. I don't have a like-for-like comparison between the M4 because I've only got an M4 MacBook Air, which is going to be very different from the M4 in a MacBook Pro because there's no active cooling, and we have 8 GPU cores versus 10 GPU cores. There's a bit of stutter, but yeah, big team fight, 106 FPS. Okay, the shader cache did change slightly, so maybe that's what the... So we've got 342 cache shaders. Now Battlefield 6 doesn't run. Okay, I want to quit out of this now. Thank you. Let's do the next game. Pharaoh Dynasties. Let's do it. Okay, Pharaoh Dynasties. The stutters because there's a new hero animation should be fun next time. Yeah, it does. I did notice that it does cache new shaders. So hopefully in the next, if you play it for a while, it will be cached for the next time you play, which would be good. Tron Ares opinion. I haven't seen that yet. Chibalama. No, I haven't eaten yet. I had lunch in the early part of my stream, but nothing else yet. Okay, medium. Resolution scale 100%. Apple M5. Medium. Okay, so let's benchmark. So there's the battle benchmark. Let's do that. Gift alert. If Apple make a Mac event and they showcase the games that are coming, what games do you think are coming? Their strategy is all over the place in terms of which kind of ports that they're going for. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Death Stranding 2 gets a Mac release in the future after the PC Windows version gets released. So that should happen in the near future. And it seems that Apple are trying to target like not low hanging fruit, but like developers which don't necessarily get that much mainstream success elsewhere. I won't be surprised if the lot of supporting houses and like studios which are kind of desperate to sell more games like Ubisoft. So wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there aren't more Ubisoft games, because we have Prince of Persia Lost Crown, and we've got Assassin's Creed Shadows. Maybe another older game like Mirage will come out on Mac, because that's already basically done. I have no idea, because there's so many choices. There's so many things that you want to happen, like the live service games, but a lot of the Apple strategy is very hard to decipher. Yeah, I can speak a bit of Mandarin, so I go to Taiwan quite frequently. So but a lot of people say my accent's quite bad. When I go to Taiwan, people think that my accent is like I'm Korean or something, or Japanese, which is quite funny. Oof. It says capped to 60. Why is it capped to 60? Not good. What we need to do is cap 10 VSync off, so that we VSync off. Better. Okay, let's do that benchmark again. They never needed to discontinue Fortnite on Mac. They could have released it unsigned. Yeah, exactly. They could have. It's a political trying to win the ecosystem. Well, I test on Parallels Desktop. Not today. I'm not going to test out Parallels Desktop today. But I will be doing one in the near future. There's going to be a sale, a big sale for Parallels soon, and new versions come out sooner or later. Didn't they say Death Stranding 2 Mac version coming out on release? I didn't hear anything about that specifically, but if you've got information, I'll be interested to hear it. Do you guys still play Pepsi Man? What on earth is Pepsi Man? Yeah, so I can speak a bit of Chinese. 我去台湾的时候，我会讲一点点中文，可是我的国语不是那么好。Oh, still capped to 60. Why is it capped to 60? That's not good. Wait. So VSync's off. Is there like a frame cap? What I might do is just tweak the SwitchOS X so that this is so that we can get slightly back. Let's just change this to instead of 160 Hertz, we'll change this to 120 Hertz or variable. That should work better. Oh shit, you've asked for the wrong game. You should have asked for Three Kingdoms. I think Three Kingdoms is also pretty good. It's one of those abandoned games though. They just stopped playing with it. They should start updating that game, which is a real shame, because it's really good. The accent is adorable, thank you. Why is it capped to 60? The VSync is turned off and the frame rate is variable. Why? Can't benchmark this properly if it's... Can't benchmark this properly if it's let's just try running
I am the rising dawn.
Keen minds will prevail.
how do I start this game?
Egypt deserves a new dynasty.
Yeah, Total War Shogun 2, that's probably my favorite Total War ever. Because it actually feels like you could actually lose that game. Found a comparative test on YouTube for M4 Mac Mini running Dota 2 fastest 144 Hz and everyone above 120 FPS. Yeah, so the M5 is a substantial improvement. But the M4 still runs the game pretty well, Dota 2. I think I've done tests for League of Legends. I don't really play these MOBA games. They're too toxic for me. I remember playing a lot of Dota, original Dota in Warcraft 3 in university, and when I was doing my postgrad, and I was not very sociable. I was telling people to go away. Go away, I'm in the middle of a game. Okay, we don't have much left to do. We've just got this game, Pharaoh Dynasties, Resident Evil 4, Elden Ring. So there's like two more things to do. So we've got Cyberpunk. Okay, in terms of Mac games, we've got Cyberpunk, Dota 2, Baldur's Gate 3. These are the pick 3 ones, and then we've got other games like Final Fantasy. Most of them are like Windows games that we've been testing today, because those are the ones that have actually loaded up fast enough to be able to. I haven't had any technical issues with the games running through translation layers, which is quite funny. But there's a lot of interesting new Mac games which are quite good. I've been playing Ball X Pit. Don't know if you guys have played that. It's really good.
When my father Ramses II
Okay, now we're getting over 60 FPS here.
he made two things clear. First,
Because it's medium 1080p with no FSR.
Destiny calls me, and I am compelled to answer. Ramesses.
Oh, I probably don't. Can I hire mercenaries? Local recruitment.
Become part of my
Native
legend.
units. Okay. I haven't really played this one. This is one of the few Total War games I haven't really played much of.
To glorious battle.
You're having a lot of issues with Tahoe. You and me both. I think if you upgrade to Tahoe, you need to reinstall Steam because there are lots of weird permission issues. There's a Taiwanese cartoon movie called Grandma and Her Ghosts. Nice one. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Watch some good have any of you guys seen this Korean movie called Decision to Leave? Just watched it last night. It was really good. The Bong Joon-ho, the guy who made Parasite made Decision to Leave. It's so good. Okay. Continue. And this is not the biggest battle sequence that we've seen, but okay, we've got the right frame. We've got the right frame rate counter anyway.
Death will be a mercy for those savages.
It's just select all and kill. That always works.
Spill blood. Destined for victory. Ramesses. The gods are watching you, man. Move on. Lumps. Now they're struggling.
Total War is one of my favorite game series, and it's always cool to see that they have a Mac versions always come out on with Mac versions, which is great.
Your corpse when I'm done.
But for me there's like a really big hole. That's Total War Tiller. That's my favorite, and that doesn't have a Mac port. Whereas everything else does, like Throne to Britannia. It's not good. Not a good game.
Always ready. Fall back. You have not a single hope. Victory is within your grasp.
Okay, I think this is working fine. Okay, let's do the benchmark. I'll just run the benchmarks. So the Total War games are very handy for having all the benchmarks ready to go. I think I'll put it into like 1080p high, and then we'll do a comparison with the M4 at some point. So after this, we've got Resident Evil 4 and Elden Ring. We're going to try this too. Bot. The bot predicted. I pre-programmed the Stream Elements bot to reply because people keep asking about Valorant. It's never going to work through Wine Translation Layer. If it doesn't work on a Steam Deck, it's never going to work on a Mac. Steam Deck priority is way higher than Mac priority. Okay, we'll load up the game benchmarks really soon. So there's the, I think we'll just load up the battle benchmark.
But I
Ouch,
always
should have
win.
just auto-resolved.
How could this happen? Destiny calls me, and I am compelled to answer.
This is Total War Pharaoh Dynasties. So a Total War game with a Mac port, native Mac port. So let's put this onto high, because I think high is good. Okay, VSync off. Let's run the benchmark again. Battle benchmark. Have I tried emulation yet? Yes, Shad PS4 didn't work so well with Bloodborne. It kind of works, but it's much better on a higher-end chip. I think what if I was testing emulation, what would you want me to test? Because I'm not. I do want to include one emulated game in my video, but I'm not sure which one to include. I did try Cyberpunk already. Yeah, so I tried. That's the first game that we tested at the beginning. This is Pharaoh's native ARM. Yeah, Pharaoh's a native ARM game. There's lots of new games which have come out since I did my last big batch of game testing. Paul X Pit, excellent game. Robocop, Control. Escape from Dukhov. Would it be better to run the M4 Pro chip? I think the M4 Pro is better than the M5 base. Also has slightly more RAM, which does make a big difference. 2 GB more is more. I'm eager to see a Metal 4 in a real game. Yeah, me too. I'd like to see how that works. I think eventually I will test out Warhammer 3 as well, because I've seen the same test as you, Rebirth, consolidation of various reviews from Tom's Guide, and also other outlets have shown that there's quite a substantial increase in performance for games like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Warhammer Total War 3, and also Cyberpunk. And I've seen firsthand already that Cyberpunk runs way better on the M5 than it does the M4. All of the base chips have a 16 GB of RAM as a minimum, so performance is impressive. So this is 1080p high. So before I was running the game campaign mode on medium. Average SPS 73.8. So I'll test this at 1080p on my M4. So I'll try this. So that's 73.8. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so we've done Pharaoh. Let's do Resident Evil 4 now. Okay, let's have a look here. So graphics, let's turn this on. VSync off, quality mode. I think this is just like the default settings. If I just reset all, this is like the default settings. And metal effects are set to quality mode, and it's 1080p. Let me just make sure my camera stuff is working correctly. Okay, so default settings. I'm gonna make sure that VSync is off. Off. Okay, let's do it. I might stand up for this actually. Just gonna see my screen properly. Nice 80 FPS. This runs very nicely. This runs extremely well. '85 FPS. I know Metal Effects is doing a little bit of work, but it's really good. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Yekta, for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Ah! This is what happens when you play with any sound on. Bloody hell. I'm such a bad shot with a controller. Oh my god. Inventory open. Heal myself, right? I can spray myself. Whoa, run! Uh-oh. Oh, it's this guy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Run! Why these Oh, that ball's on fire. Oh, this guy's... Can you kill the chainsaw guy? I don't think you can, right? Ouch. Okay. Freaking chainsaw dude. Oh my god, go away. Such a bad shot. Can I heal myself with this? Just slightly. Why is game mode off? It's weird. Do you expect any improvements software driven for Mac gaming? New version of GPTK Metal. It just seems like Metal Game Porting Toolkit is constantly being updated. For what reason exactly? Not really sure. Like it's not clear what the end goal of Game Porting Toolkit is. And the next big development is Cosmic Crisp. Looks very exciting. You know, proper Vulkan to metal drivers being developed. Yeah, 1080p. This is upscaled though. So it's 540p. It's like performance mode, but it looks pretty good though, you know? Metalfx temporal scaling quality mode.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Pretty good. Okay. That's that done. Okay, let's load up crossover preview again, and then we're going to play some Elden Ring. Can I try native without upscaling? No, I'll do that later. Okay, let's load us some Elden Ring. Okay, did that not load? Eventually Apple TV would compete with consoles on gaming. I'm actually quite looking forward to the new Apple TV because I bought a second TV recently, and I need an Apple TV because it'll be better with an Apple TV. I don't have one. So often what I've found when running Elden Ring is that it's better to like load up the game and then let it cook for a while. It seems to be like it seems to run better when it's had a bit of time to load up. It's not a caching thing. It's just something there, which is odd. Leave this on high. Let's load my game. Resident Evil 4 on Apple TV is going to be crazy. Yeah, it would be cool to have it. You know, the whole ecosystem does work. Okay, let's just change the my camera settings. Is this capped to 60? How much better is this? This is like about twice as good as an M4, which is really surprising, like in terms of gaming, how much better this is. How do I get out of here? I've forgotten how to do this. I want to get, how do I go to the open world? Do I have to jump on here? How do I get out of this area? I completely forgot how to do this. Who do I talk to get out?
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember.
Do I go in the fire? Do I go in this? Do any of you Elden Ring guys, you put with a map? Oh, okay. Don't really know how to play this game. Open a map and select one of the shrines. Thank you very much. Can you, it is almost M4 Pro performance, yes. So in this open area, we are looking at more like this looks really good. I mean, this is almost 60 FPS, 1080p high, no upscaling. This looks really good. Oh my god, I can't believe that the M5 is capable of this. Ow. Where's my map? Yeah, I need to go, let's just go here a bit, left bit, near the big. Yeah, Cosmic Crisp is the, if you follow my videos, you know about Asahi Linux and all the work that they've done to create a Vulkan graphics API driver for the Mac hardware running on Linux. And Cosmic Crisp, the work done there is being adapted for use on macOS side. So if we can get a decent Vulkan to Metal graphics translation layer called Cosmic Crisp, then we're going to have access to more games that use Vulkan as their graphics API. So, for example, games like games like Doom and Doom Eternal and Detroit Become Human and Indiana Jones, and it's also going to mean that emulation is going to be far improved because most of the console emulators use Vulkan. Right now, a lot of it it's a lot of work to make a native metal renderer, basically impossible. And they use something called Molten VK, which is just an extra layer of translation, which doesn't support all the features that you'd want anyway. So yeah, if Cosmic Crisp can create a Vulkan 2 metal translation layer, then that's going to be far better than. There's going to be a huge boon for Mac gaming. Yeah, it'd be great to play Indiana Jones. I can't believe this runs so well. Oh my god. Can I upload the shader cache for Tears of the Kingdom? Sorry, I can't do that. Just make your own shader cache. It's not that hard. Looks like Cyberpunk runs the same as the M4. Nope, it's completely different. Something like 80-90% increase in performance from the very extremely basic test that I've done. Okay, Elden Ring. Impressive that this works. Let's see if I can find that dragon guy. Let's find this dude. Let's get destroyed by this guy. Ouch. Okay, so that's Elden Ring. Okay, so that's basically the games that have been requested today. So what I'm going to do is add a couple more to the mix. I want to get proper emulation looked at. So I don't want to do at least one higher end emulation for something anyway. Maybe RPCS 3. How did I do this before? Config. So this version of Demon Souls is running at 720p. Then we have the patches, don't we? We have patches. Skip intro video and then unlock FPS. So this allows us to do that. So let's try running Demon Souls. PlayStation 3 emulation. How does it go? Could you launch Bloodborne using Shad Play 6.0? What's Shad Play? Because I'm using Shad PS4. You know what? I'll try this again in a minute. Hogwarts runs really well now. They fixed the memory leak. Who fixed the memory leak? I'll try it again using the native version of Shad PS4. What number on the HUD is RAM? As you can see, the RAM is on the top right-hand side. The app is using 2.25 gigabytes. Metal, the graphics API is using 800 megabytes. So that's the VRAM, I think, the texture memory. And we're emulating a PS3 game, Demon's Souls. Has anyone got Pokemon ZA working on Switch or emulation on Mac? I wonder if that's actually working. Mac Pro Tips did. Okay, let me check. Okay. Where did Mac Pro Tips publish his video? Did he put it on his in his Discord? I wouldn't mind trying it out because who was that? A crush? No video doesn't want to be seen. I don't want to test it either, just because I feel like videos like that will be quite litigious, you know? It did work. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to test it out too much. So this latest update of RPCS3 is not working for me for some reason. It's the Apple Silicon one, which is always a bit buggy. Yeah. Stay away from Nintendo stuff. Let's see what I can test. So this is the Ryujinx version, the kind of successor to Ryujinx made by Ryubug, called Ryubug, but I haven't actually updated this. Which version is this? 1.2.86, because I haven't actually updated this for a really long time. So maybe worth actually doing a Ryubing, that's what it's called. Maybe I'll just install the latest version, 1.2.86. File not found. Not found, okay. You being done. Where can I download the builds, stable release? What's a good, interesting game to test out? It actually gives us the information about which games can be played, are playable, etc. What's a good one that I can test which won't get me sued? Resident Evil 6. Is RE6 not playable on Mac through the Windows version? Okay, yeah. Yeah, hopefully Eden comes to macOS one day, I hope. Can I skip this? Just gonna hit the bathroom for a sec. Okay, we're back in the game. Okay, I've never played this one before, so let's see how this goes. So yeah, so RE6 freezes on crossover. That sucks. Windows is still in that really bad Windows port era.
It's not over yet.
there, Helena.
This is the era of like really bad Windows ports, I remember. Everything, yeah, games for Windows Live was not a good era for PC gamers.
You're not getting off that easy. Come on. After all we've been through, it'd be a waste to give up now.
Will they try Oblivion Remastered? No, not unless someone super chats it. I'm going to leave that for now. Seems to be running pretty flawlessly. There's some little benefits to emulating. Once an emulator works well, it opens up the entire console library.
Let's try this way. We're almost through this.
Dude's put a full day's work into this live stream. I've got to respect it. Yeah, I'm going to do a full day's work of like editing afterwards too. A lot of work to edit this kind of video.
Let's take a break.
Is this Leon from Resident Evil 2? No, Leon's in Resident Evil 4.
There's gotta be a first aid kit in here somewhere.
Find a healing item.
Makes me sick seeing good soldiers die like this.
It's just random plant. It's like can heal your health. You just get a random plant. It's just so weird. The game logic of this is just funny.
Leon, are you there?
Hunnigan,
Good to hear you're okay. Where's Helena?
she's not doing too good. She needs medical attention.
Do you have any herbs
Yeah,
left?
A few, but I'm not
a lot of games won't work
Okay, listen.
if they
Follow
require
my
online
instructions.
services, but basically the single player games do work.
Hold on, Helena.
Attend to Helena's injuries. Okay. Yeah, so Overwatch 2 won't work, but you know, a lot of other games can work. So like Switch emulation is come to such a degree that it's pretty good now. It's pretty damn good. Almost everything boots. Not everything works that well, but it boots. Ow. I just compared the benchmark results from Cyberpunk 2077 M4 MacBook Pro you did a while ago, and they're almost identical.
How do you feel?
Any reason why Valve is not working on a CS2 port for Mac? Well, they did make a CS2 port for Mac, but they just didn't release it. They just didn't want to maintain it.
We're heading to the quad tower.
And for a while, it was possible to actually play it, but it's not officially playable on
I can't abandon
any online anyway. You can play it offline, and it works fine. But it's the only. I made a video about it ages ago,
I sent
and
over the field guide to your PDA. You
it
can
works,
refer
but
to that in a
you can't play online. And as far as I can tell, it's fully functional, and Valve just doesn't want to support it. Just can't be bothered, which I understand.
What the hell?
Did I test World of Warcraft? Not yet. Okay, so that's my test of Switch emulation here. I wonder if there's anything else I can test that won't get me too much trouble. Can I expect a WoW test? Only if you super chat me, and I'm pretty much coming to the end of my stream. I've done over 6 hours now. Bayonetta 3 doesn't have good. I think I'm just going to go with something I know works pretty well, which is Red Dead. No, I think I'll check again my previous stats, but when I'm comparing my M4 MacBook Air with my M4 here, I'll have another look when I get there. Because as far as I can see, the M4 runs a lot better than the M5 runs much better than M4. The results should not be similar. I'll be binge watching this stream. Thank you very much for watching this stream. I'm nearly done. I think this might be the last game unless somebody super chats me again, because I've covered quite a lot. I also need to run some additional benchmarks. I'll just check as well. Where is it? So I did so my M4 videos all came out like last year. It's been like 11 months. So let me just see. I ran Cyberpunk. those are the in-game gameplay. You see, I didn't run the actual benchmark itself. Because the benchmark is, I think, more demanding than the actual gameplay. So I'm just looking at my video from last year. It's not the same. It's not the same deal. The one from 14th November, 2024. Because there I'm getting like 1080p with 10 GPU core M4, and it's running like 30, 35, 37 FPS. 1080p high. I think I'll have to compare my footage here today. Let me just check what I got today, because it's earlier today.
I could not agree with you more, my dear. My daddy settled this land, and I know he'll be looking down on us, pleased at how we helped the natives.
Yes, they've lost their land, but they've gained access.
And that's also running through crossover as well.
But Father, do you mean unless an innocent receives communion, they're destined to go to hell? That hardly seems fair.
What I mean to say, Jenny, is that there is a great deal of difference between an innocent and a savage.
I never thought of it that way.
Yes, they lived like animals, but they're happier now.
Okay, let's skip this bit. Can we skip? Just want to walk around the city, just see what it kind of looks like. Did this just crash? How good do you think the M5 Pro and M5 Max chips are going to be compared? Double? Triple? Yeah, it looks like the game crashed. Okay, let's turn off VSync so we get correct frame rate. Love how Switch gets these ports on macOS, not macOS. Yeah, there's no easy way to run the Windows version of Red Dead Redemption 1 through crossover. You have to use a cracked version of the game, a DRM-free version of the game in order to get this to run properly. But here we're getting like nearly 60 FPS in the town. It's funny that we can run Red Dead Redemption 2, but not the first one with proper Windows textures and everything. I think I just clip through that building. It's amazing that this game came out on the PS3 generation. Okay, let's Yeah, I don't want to do too much Zelda stuff. Maybe Mario could be okay. Apple is annoying to deal with, but their hardware is excellent. It's a bit like Nintendo, I guess. The eShop, before the Switch, right? I've messed around with the eShop, the Switch eShop. It's very good compared to the crap that was the Wii U and the Wii eShops. So it's stuttering because of shader compilation. You can see that count on the bottom right is getting bigger and bigger. Every time the game loads, then it's gonna compile more shaders. The next step for Switch emulation is going to be some sort of pre-compilation step working. I mean, that already existed, but it was shut down. Not by not by Nintendo themselves, but they just shut them down themselves because the bandwidth of hosting a bunch of shader caches is not insubstantial. It's a lot. Nintendo law is coming. Don't do that. Don't do that. I legally own this game, and I have a jailbroken Switch, completely legal in my country. Hello, Aaron Tehan. Welcome back. I recently went all in on like Switch. I really like my Switch 2, and I really like my Switch Lite. I use this all the time. Play a lot of Hades 2 on this. It's like a perfect everyday carry, quite cheap device. I bought it on eBay for like 70 or 80 or something like that. Really cheap. Okay. Yeah, Hades 2 is made for macOS, and it has a really good native version. The Switch version of Hades 2, I double dipped, synchronizes the save games with your Steam account, so you can play the Mac version of Hades 2 and the Switch version, and it works great. Okay. So I think we covered a lot today. I'll be cutting this into a video later tonight. and hopefully publish it by midnight. But I'm in kind of a little break, have some dinner. Thank you much for joining the stream today. We've done 6.5 hours, which is crazy. And I've had a really good time testing out the new Mac. It is very impressive. I'll probably do more follow-up videos comparing the performance with the base M4. So I look forward to trying that out really soon. Anyway, thank you for joining the stream today. I'm going to go and get some rest. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for all of the super chats today, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, goodbye, everyone. Look forward to watching the condensed version of this video very soon. Okay, see you later. Good night. Bye-bye.